Hi, all of you. Hope you guys are great and welcome back to your first Web3 project. In this project, you will be building EtherScan clone. You will learn about the modern technologies about Ethereum blockchain and Web3 space. You're going to interact with Ethereum blockchain network, fetch real-time data and display into your front-end applications. So before I deep dive into the complete tutorial, let me give you a complete overview of the applications which you are about to build in the next 3.5 hours. So let's start. So this is how the application would look like. We have a nice beautiful interface and it 100% responsive for all the devices. So the very first section we have in this application is this header sections, and this header section is divided in two parts. The first part is top header and the second part is this lower header, and we have this nice over effect on our logo with this nice effect, and we have one button, and this will allow us to connect with our MetaMask with our front-end application, and we can fetch all the information about our MetaMask or Ethereum blockchain account. And the second header contains the information about the Ethereum price. So here we are displaying the price in the form of dollar, in the form of Bitcoin, and when the price is updated, real-time updating data. And here we are displaying the total supply of ethers, and this is keep updating on real time. And on the right hand side we have the list of the tokens. So we have RC20, RC21, RC1115, and this is the contract. Now let's scroll down, and the second section we have on the home page is this data sections. So the very first thing we have in this data section is our input field. You can put the address of any Ethereum account and you can able to find the details of that account, which we will explore. And this data section is divided in two parts: one, latest blocks, and latest transaction. So on the latest blocks you can find the list of the blocks which is recently created on Ethereum blockchain network, and this data is keep updating real time. So here you have the number of blocks, so the latest block number, and here you have the name of the miner who exactly created this block, the number of transaction happened inside the block, and how much, and the reward in form of ether. And you will find the latest blocks which are created recently. So here we are displaying 10 blocks at a time. You can display as many as you want, which I will explain you in detail. On the right hand side you will have the list of the transaction which is happening inside a single block. So if you see in the very first block we have 33 transactions, and all the transaction we are displaying here, and this data will keep updated on the form of the, so this block is dynamically updating every single time whenever we refresh our browser. Okay, so this is how it will look. Now let's do one thing. Let's click on this minus section, so it will redirect to this account page. Okay, so here on the account page we have the header section remain same, and here it's saying that you have to click to get the data of this account. So let's click on this. Here we have a beautiful loader. So here we have the address of the account, and here we are displaying the owner, and here we are displaying hello world, hello. So this text is dynamic. If an address have its name on Ethereum blockchain, then it will display the name of the account, otherwise it will display hello with this emoji. And here we are displaying the balance of the account. So here you have the balance, the total number of ether this account has in its own account, and here we are displaying that ether balance into a dollar form. So we are doing the conversion here. Here we are doing the branding of this applications, and here we are displaying the address of the account, and this will keep updated on the base of the address. And right now you can see it says miner and the address of the account, but this section is also a dynamic. So when an account has its name, it will display the name instead of the address. And here you can able to find all the transactions has done by this account. So these are the list of the transaction which has happened in the past. So you can see, you can scroll and you can find all the information about the transactions. You can find the internal transaction, and this data is coming dynamically. As you can see, it's changing dynamically. You can click on this transaction, you will have this data. If you click on the minded, so you can see that if this account is a miner, if it's miner, then what are the blocks this account minded, and timestamp and the reward it received for mining that block. Okay, we have a ERC20 token. So if any account done any kind of transaction in form of ERC20 token, so the data would display here. Same for the ERC21 and same for the ERC1115. All the data will display dynamically, and here you can able to see all the transaction which has happened inside the in this account. So this data is also dynamic. which is changing over and over again. Okay, and here we can see that you can able to navigate to different pages. So if you want to change the address to this to something else, you can do it from here. You can easily able to select the address to find the data of that account. Okay, so let me explain about the block first. So let's explain about the address first. Okay, so if I click here, as you can see, the URL got changed, and this the data will also apply. So let me click one more time. As you can see, the data got updated, and here we have the data, and this data is got updated, and here we also got the updated data. So right now we have 150 transaction, but earlier we had some 4,000 something. So if you click on this, so let me show you the real-time thing. Just keep one thing in mind. Let's click on this. As you can see, this address got changed and the data is also changed. So we have this balance and the data is also changed, and you can switch through the different tabs, and this data is dynamic as per the account. You can click on the mine transactions, ERC 2020, 20 token 21, and ERC 5015. All the transaction you can find here. So this is how you can navigate to different accounts from here. And you can see we have one more section, block. So if you want to know transaction detail about a single block, you can navigate from here as well. So you can simply click on this block, and here you will redirect to the block page, and here the details you can able to find about the single block. So the block number, the timestamp, the miner who mined this block, and the transaction has the data is, if it's available you will have this data, otherwise you will have said no data available. Then the total number of supplies, extra data, difficulties, and the gas use difficulty. So all these data you can able to find. And if you want to see the transaction which happened inside the data inside this block, then you can click on this block transaction, and here you will have the details about each and every transaction which happened inside the block. Okay, so this is how the blog page works. So let's go to the home sections, and this is how we can easily able to navigate to different pages. So if you click on this blog section, you can come here and you can see the data dynamically changed. You can navigate to different sections. If you click on this transaction, you will come to the transaction sections, and you can check all the transaction which happened inside the block. Same goes for the miner. If you click on any miner, if you click here, you will come to this page. Click here, and it will have this nice loader. It will load your data, and it will display all the data right up here. You can simply scroll the data. You can switch to different transaction labels like transaction mined, history, 20 tokens, and all the details you can able to find. So this is the transaction sections. Now let's go to the home sections one more time. So we have seen the blog page, we have seen the account page, we have seen the transaction page, and now let's go to the single transaction. So if you click on this, it will also redirect you to the single transaction page. Here you can able to find the transaction. So the transaction hash you can able to see. This data is also dynamically changed on the base of the URL change, and here you can able to find the details of this single transactions. So the block hash from to, and here you will have the hash, nuance, transaction index, RS, gas limit, gas price, and all the details you can find here. And if you want to know about the details about any one of these account, you can easily able to navigate to the account page. All you have to do is to simply click here, and you are here into the account page. Now click on click me, and now it will have this load, because fetching data from Ethereum blockchain network takes a little bit time. Okay, because their transactions process a little slow and it takes times. Okay, so here you can able to find the details of that account which you have selected, balance, converted balance, and all the transaction which has happened inside that, like in this account. So you can switch to that. As you can see right now it has this much account, but when it's come to internal transactions, there is only no transaction in that. But if you go to the transaction, you will have this mind block, no ERC, so no details are there. So this is how you can easily able to use this application. Okay, so we have seen this latest blog section, we have seen this transaction sections, and now let's try to find the details about the account. So for that, what I will do, I'll come to EtherScan website, and let's go to this, and here you can able to find the data. As you can see, we have a similar interface. We have a latest block section, we have a transaction sections. So this is the block number, so just keep this thing in mind, 4672. Okay, So we'll come back to our applications and we're going to reload the page. So here we have the data, as you can see, 628. Let's come here. Here we have 627. So it's an updated data. So if we refresh that, this data is also got updated. So as you can see, 628, and we have the same here. If we reload the page, we'll have the updated one. Okay, so it's coming real-time updated data. We are fetching from Ethereum blockchain network. And now what we can do, now let's come here, let's open this P2P old, and right now you can see that it has a name, P2P. You see, P2 poll old. So let's copy the address. Let's come here, simply paste the address and hit search. It will redirect to here. Click here and it will have this loader. And now here we are into the account section, and here we can able to find all the details about this account. So here you can see that this account has its name, f2pool.eth. So we can display the name of the address, and this is also dynamically get changed. And here we are also changing the name dynamically, and here you can able to find all the transaction which this account has done. So this is the transaction history, internal transaction, mined transactions, ERC20, ERC21, ERC1115. So all the transaction you can find. Okay, so this is how the application would look like, and let me show you that how it. And now let's see how we can connect our application with MetaMask. So here we have the button. Simply click on this connect wallet, and here a MetaMask will get open. All you have to do is to type your password. So let me type my password. Click unlock. It says wrong password. Okay, so here we are logged into our application. You can able to see the address of your wallet. You can see the address here. You can see the balance which you have in your MetaMask, and the transaction count, that how many transactions you have done on with the help of this wallet. So all the details you can able to find. You can simply come, open, close, open, close. Okay, so you can see it's 100% working. You can able to find real-time data from Ethereum blockchain network and display right on your front-end applications. So now let's talk about the responsiveness of this application. So let's make on the mobile device. So this is how it's going to look on a mobile device. As you can see, we have a nice header section which get dynamically changed. Earlier we had a message, but now we have the logo. Here we can display the price of the Ethereum, total supply. Here we have a branding and the ERC tokens. Here we have our input field from which we can search. Here we have the latest block details, so you can scroll through that. And here we have a transaction which you can simply scroll and you can able to see all the transaction. And this is the footer section. If you click on any one of this transaction, you will come to the transaction page, and here you can see the upper portion remains the same. Here we have the details of the transaction, block number, from, and all the details you can able to find. If you click on this from, you can redirect to this account page, and from here you can have this loader, and from here you can able to see all the details related to the account. So here you have the address, the name of the accounts. Right now this account doesn't have name, so that's why we are displaying hello. So balance in form of ether, balance in form of dollar. Here we have the branding, and here we have a different tabs. So as you can see, this one is fully responsive. You can simply scroll all the way right to left and to see the data, and you can simply switch to different tabs. So you will come to the internal, you will have there, and here you have no transaction, only have one transaction. That's what you can see. Go to the second one. Here you have all the transaction. Simply scroll all the way down, and you have a minded blocks. Right now it doesn't have any RC20, nothing is there, but you have a transaction list. So this one is 100% responsive. Now let me show you the block page as well. So this is how the block page is looking. We have a dynamic data. You can able to see all the data. Let's click on the block templates. Here you will have the complete list of the transaction which you have done within this block. So this is what we're going to build in the next 3.5 hours. Hope you will learn a lot of things. I'll try my best to explain every single concept, every single tool we are using in this complete project to interact with our Ethereum blockchain network. With that said, now let me take you to Visual Code Studio and do some general setup before we start coding this application. So let's get into Visual Code Studio. Before we write a single code into this project, let's talk about that what you will learn exactly if you follow this project step by step. You will learn about the modern file structure of React. You will learn about the use context API of React for sharing data. You will learn about 3 different ways of requesting API calls. One is fetch, second one is Axios, and third one is going to be your EtherScan global context API. So we're going to follow each of these technologies, that how you can store data in one component and share into multiple components. So we're going to follow and give a lot of emphasis in that. We also follow the modern folder structure, divide this complete application into a small component and plug in together to build a large scale applications. So a lot of things coming in your way. I hope you would have a lot of learning, and if you really like my work, hit the like and subscribe button. That will motivate me a lot. And the starter file is given to you on my website. Simply visit dollarhussain.com. On the blog section, you will have the very first blog from where you can easily able to download the starter template. So with that, now let's initialize our project. I created a folder by the name Ether. Make sure you create your folder and open up your Visual Code Studio in the same folder, and then you have to open up your terminal. So you have two options to open up your terminal. One, control tilde, it will open up your terminal, or from here you can easily able to open up your terminal. So let's type CLS to clear our command line. Now we have to initialize our Next.js application. So simply type npx create next app, and in the same directory I want to create the Next.js application. So dot slash this define that you want to create in the same directory. Hit enter, and this will create a Next.js application in the same Ether folder. So this process will take hardly 1 to 2 minutes time. So make sure in between this time, go and grab a glass of water or take a cup of tea, and then by the time you will return, the entire process will be completed. So once everything is get completed, we can start working on our application. So here our React application is created successfully, and we have got all the folders and files right up here. So as you can see, the very first folder I have is this Git, because I have Git installed in my computer, and if you don't have Git in your computer, you might don't have this file. Don't need to worry about it. And after the course, I will also show you that how you can upload this to GitHub, and you can simply deploy this application into a hosting platform for absolutely free. Okay, so first we will build this application, then we'll deploy this application into a hosting platform. So this is the Git file we have. You don't need to worry about it. Here we have the node modules. Inside this we have all the packages which we going to use throughout this project. Okay, that's all going to be inside this module folder. Here we have a pages. Here we have a couple of pages. So all the pages we're going to create for our application inside this page folder. Let me delete this one, API. Okay, because we don't need this one. We are starting from the fresh. So we have two files. One, our app.js. So this is the main application, and we have an index. So simply select the entire code and remove it. Bring the terminal down and simply type RAFCE, and this will give me the React functional based component, because I have installed a plugin called React Snippet, and that's giving me this snippet by writing these short forms. Okay, so here I have my React functional based component. Now let's close this folder and let's come to the CSS page, and here we're going to delete this file because we don't need this one, and I don't want to use this because we have to do a lot of configuration if we want to use ESLint in our project, but I'm not going to use that ESLint in this project. Okay, so that's why I removed that file. Let's come to our package.json file, and here we have couple of dependency. We have already removed that ESLint, so we have to remove this packages as well. So simply come here and type npm uninstall and remove the packages which you don't need in your application. So this has got to remove it. Let's select this part as well because I don't need this one. Type enter, clear the terminal, go back to the command and simply type and hit enter and remove this package as well. So let's clear the terminal one more time. So here we are starting with a clean environment. We don't have unnecessary dependency which we don't use in this application. Okay, so we also need to have this readme file. We're going to delete that later. So this is the general setup. So let's come here in our index file, and right now let's type hello world and let's start our application and see in the browser. So let's come into the package.json file. So here you will find a couple of build command which you can use it. So here you will find a couple of scripts. So if you want to start as a development, you can run this command. If you want to start as a productions, you can run this command. So these are the couple of script is provided to you. So we're going to type npm run dev, because we are into a development. So just wait. So here we have to click, simply press Control and click with the mouse on this 3000. It will open the application on your browser. So here the browser is open, just wait. So here we have our browser, and as you can see we have hello world. So the first general setup is done. Okay, now what we can do, let's minimize this one, expand this to the full screen. Let's bring this down. So now let's create the files and folders of this application. So let's close all these tabs, we don't need this one. So now let's create the folders and file structure of this application. So first thing we're going to do to create couple of more pages for this application. So let's click on page, click a new files. So the very first page we'll create is account.js. so this is for the account page. Now let's create for a blog page as well, blog.js. and now we have one more for transaction.js. so here we have 3 different files. So altogether we have 5: main, account, block, index, and transaction files. So these are the 4 files we're going to use in this project for switching from different pages. Now let's come to the CSS, and here we have to create CSS file for each of these pages. So first is going to be account account.module.css. so make sure you have to provide this extension, because in React, if you want to use external files in a single pages, you have to add this module, and then you have to add the CSS extension, then you can able to use the CSS. Okay, so this is how you have to give the name of the file. So this is for the account. Now let's create for the blog.module.css. let's create one more for transaction.css module. Now one more for index module. So here we have 4 different CSS file for each of the pages. Let's close all of these. So now let's create one more folder for the components in the main directory. So click here and select on the folder and give a name, and this will contain all the components of this application. So inside this we'll have first we'll have a NavBar, so JSX. Another will have a footer, JSX. We'll have one more component for table.jss, JXX. We'll have one more what ERC20 token.jsx. We'll have a ERCs21. We'll have a, so these are the 3 tokens. Now we'll have a for transaction, and we'll come back later because we need to create a couple of more. So let's close all the tabs. So these are the components which we're going to use into our account page, and we're going to add more. This is the CSS file, this is our pages, and let's create one more folder in the root directory and give a name context, and here we're going to handle the API calls. So let's open it and let's call it ether. Here we're going to handle the API calls. Okay, so this is the general setup, and with this general setup we can start our project, and later down we're going to add a couple of more folders into this application. Okay, so let's come back to our pages, open it, and here let's create a React functional based component, otherwise it will throw an error. So let's type arrayfc, select this, save it and close it. Let's come back to the block, do the same thing for this and save it. Let's come back to the transaction. It will create the, so here we have created the functional based component in our pages. Do the same thing for the components, React function, save it for the RC20. This one is for RAFCE. Okay, save it, come to the transaction, RAFCE. So here we have that. Now let's go to the table as well. RAFCE, Here we have the tables. Now let's go to the navigations, RAFCE. And for we have the navigation. Now let's move to the footer as well. So RAFCE. So this is the general setup which we have done so far. We haven't written a single piece of code for this application. These are just the setups we are doing for the folder structure and the file structure. So it becomes very easy when we going to plug all these things together for our applications. So now as you can see, we have a couple of files which is open. So let's close it. So to close, all I can do is to type ctrl control W. It will close the tab, and this is the short form of closing the tab. Okay, so in this way I can easily able to close all the tab which is open. So we got our component list, we got our context API, we got our pages, we got our CSS style file, and that let's create one more CSS file for the table. So let's give a table.module.css. so this is for the table. So now finally we are done with the folder and file structure of this project. Now we're going to start writing code for these applications, and I'm going to start with the navigation first. So first I will complete the navigation, then footer, and then we're going to build in the logic part and other pages. Okay, so let's simply open that. So let's go to the pages. No, we have inside the component. Click on this nav and let's start coding this one. So before we start writing code in our navigation bar, let's import the navigation and footer into our app.js file, because these are the two components going to be remain same in every single page. Okay, so let's import them. So let me give this comment: internal import. We'll take this navbar coming from // from component -nav. So here we have a navbar. Now let's import the footer, and this is coming for the same component and footer. So here we have a navbar and a footer. Now we have to wrap our entire app with this two component. Okay, so let's come here, let's remove this and convert this into a arrow function. Okay, let's return this instantly. Okay, we don't need this return keyword. Let's remove this one and convert into a functional based component. So here we can provide this one. We'll take a div, and inside that we'll take our navbar, and here we go with the footer, and simply copy this component and paste in between the navbar and footer. So here what we have done is we have imported our navbar and footer, and we have wrapped our entire application with this navbar and footer. Okay, so every page is going to contain these two components throughout this entire website. So here we are in the browser and we are getting this error: module not found, can't resolve this file. Okay, so we have just remove this S. Okay, save it one more time, come here, go to the component section, click on this, come here and reload the page. So here it's saying that element type invalid except a string for built-in component for a class functional compositions but got undefined. You likely export your component from the files defined in, or you might have mix up default. Okay, so all you have to do is to remove the bracket from your navbar and footer, and you will remove this error. So here as you can see, right now we have our navigations, we have a footer, and we have our home. Let's zoom it. So here we have a navbar, home, and footer. So everything's working fine. Let's come back here, go to our style section in global CSS, and here we're going to set some global style. So first thing we do is to set background color. We'll take linear ingredient to right top, hex to D0036. The second one we'll have is H4 F4 4F015B. Third one is we'll have 730283 and 9A02C, and one more we have is C4007D. So these are the color we're going to use in this project. And for the background, okay, line height is going to be 100 VH, width is going to be 100 VW, overflow X is going to be hidden. So these are the general settings we have done for this project, and this is how the entire application would look like. As you can see, we have a background color and we have a text Let's come back, close this one, come back to our application, close, open the navbar component, go to navbar. Now let's start working on our navbar. So first thing we're going to do, import couple of use effect from React. So we're going to need use state and use effect, and we also need use context. Then we'll import image from Next.js. Okay, we'll import Axios for our API call. We'll import link from next link. So these are the external imports for this project. Now let's go to the internal import. So we import our style file, so from which is coming from, so where it is, let's come here, and here inside that we have so // style, and we have a NavBar CSS file. So here we have a CSS file. Let's come here and let's select the images which we're going to use in this project. So here it is, open this EtherScan folder. Inside the folder, let me minimize this one, and here we have 4 images which we want to use in this project. Let me select all the 4, open the file sections, and simply drag and drop in the main directory. Okay, I'm putting these images in the main directory, not inside any folder. So here is the avatar, this is the ether logo, this is the logo, and this is the loader, and this is our another logo. So here we have the images. Now let's come back and let's import those images. So first thing we have is ether logo from /etherpng. Now we have import logo from --logo.png. we have import logo top from -- footer logo. So these are the 3 images we'll use in this project on the NavBar sections. Now let's come here, convert it into a functional base. Inside that we'll take a div and remove this. We'll take a div and another div, it will have a class. So this is how we have to define the style classes in React in Next.js. Okay, so the name we have given to our style file is style, and then you can give the name of the class. So every time you define any class to any component, this is how you have to do. First you have to give the name of the style, and then you have to write the name of the class. Okay, so this will call NavBar. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class style dot navbar dash container. We'll take another div, it will have a class style dot left. Inside that we'll have a link, and here we have a href attribute. So we'll direct to the home page. Inside that we'll take another div, it will contain h1, and inside that we're going to have our logo. It will have a class also, so style dot desktop. So ether finance, we're going to have one more h1, it will have a class to style docs mobile, and in this we will display the image of the application. So I'll take an image tag. In this I will provide the source attribute is a logo top, and it will have a alt tag to called logo, and it will have a width to 50%, and width is going to be 50%. So the reason why I have taken 2 different h1 tag, because the first one is going to be displaying only on a desktop, and the second one is for mobile phone. Okay, so we're going to switch between these 2 different logo. Okay, so here I'm getting an error because I let's see. So here I think I'm forgetting something, so let's check. Okay, I have to give this bracket. So this is for our right side. So this is how things were looking. So we have the Ether Finance logo and home and footer. This is for the left side. Okay, come out of the div. Now let's work on the right side of our header. We'll take another div, it will have a class style dot right. In that we'll type hi for the moment. Okay, let's come up. So here So here we're going to take a use state, so user account, and initially it's going to be empty, and we take one more called balance. Is going to be an empty because we have to display the balance of the user. Now one more count, so the number of transaction every account will do, we're going to take that for that. And we'll have one more, this will call open model. So we're going to open the box and close the box on a click event. So that's why initially open model and set models. Okay, now we'll take another use state, and this will contain the price, another use state, and this will contain the ether supply array, and this set price is also going to be array, and this open model is going to be true initially. So once the account is connected with the application, it will display the model. We'll take another use state, and it will say updated price, and these are the use state we need for our headers. Let's come down. Let me give this comment, get ether price update. So we'll take a get price variable, get ether price, and it's going to be an async functions. In this we'll take this try and catch and console log out that error message. Okay, now we have to call this function every time we reload this application. Okay, so right this moment this is how it's look. We have the logo, we have hey, home and footer. Open up a new tab and type EtherScan. You will land up here, click on the very first link. Here you are on a EtherScan website. Click here and make sure you create your account. It will give you an API, and we're going to use that API to do the API request and fetch the data from EtherScan, and we're going to fetch the data from other places as well. So we're going to use 3 different places to fetch the data. So make sure you create your account, get your own API key. Don't use mine because obviously I'm going to delete this API key after this tutorial. Okay, so make sure you use your own API key. So you create your account, you will find options. You will come here, and here you can able to find the API key. So here you will find all the details. Here is the API key. So API key, you can simply copy, click here and copy, and let's come back to your Visual Code Studio. So we'll take another variable, call it API ether key, and I'll pass it as a string. Then let's come to docs, API documentation, and here you can able to find all the endpoints which you can call on this API. So we have a account, we have a contract, we have a transactions, we have a block, log, tokens, gas tracker and status. All the API endpoints you can able to find and do the API request. So let's come here, let the load it. So here you can see the balance. From here you can check the multiple balance, normal transactions, and here you can find the data. This is the internal transactions. All the details are provided to you. This is for the contracts, so all the details you can find about the contracts, and this is the stats. So the total supply, the ether balance, that's all you can able to find in the stats sections. Okay, so let's scroll down, and here you can check everything. So first thing we want to do is to get the ether price. So this is the API we're going to use, sorry, URL endpoint we're going to use. Let's come here, and this time we're going to do an XCS call. Okay, so we'll take this, and inside this we're going to pass this string. So once again, let me repeat what I have done. I have taken the API key from EtherScan, and I have taken the endpoint for getting the price of ether. Okay, and I'm using XCS to make the API request. So let me paste that, let me format the URL. So let me format that, and here I have to remove this and pass my API key. So I have taken as a variable, you can paste directly, but it's always good to paste your API key into a string or into a URL in a variable. Okay, because this API key you generally stored into a different files like .env, and from there you can fetch their keys and use it in your application, because generally you don't push this API keys, important keys, important and secret keys in the GitHub repository or in your final deployment. Okay, so but I'm going to remove this API key after this tutorial, that's why I'm showing you this API key. So, but I would recommend you to use your own. Okay, if you use the same API key, you might have some trouble, or maybe you will not get the data. So here I'm going to put the API key. Now I have to call it then, because it will give me a promise. So let's get the response, and let's inside that Let's console log out the response and let's see how the response is of this API request. Okay, so for that we have a use effect. Let's come here and we want to call this function every time we reload the page. Okay, so let's call the function and we pass an empty array. Simply save it and we'll do the API call whenever we reload the page. So let's come here to our application, inspect element, and let's open the consoles, make it full screen. Let's click here, let's click on this and let's go to this. Here you can see we got a two object. So inside the object you will find all the details. Inside the data you will have this result. You can see in that result you have more data. So let me expand this so you guys can see. So you have a data and inside the data you have this message, okay, and you have this result. If I open this, here you can able to find the details about the price in Bitcoin, in USD and timestamp. You can see you can find the BT and timestamp for the Bitcoin. You can find the price in the USD and you can find the timestamp of the price updated. So this is the price section, all the price you can get. So you get into the data. Okay, so we can type dot data and inside the data we have a result. In that we have the data. Okay, so as you can see this is the result. In that we have the data. So simply save it and console log out one more time. So let's refresh it. So here you can see we have the 4 data, timestamp and USD and BTS in the result. Okay, now let's come here. So let's set the price. So we're going to use this, simply duplicate this one and comment out this. So I'm just leaving this comment so you guys can refer, and here I'm going to use the set price used it, and inside that we have the price, and let me console log out this price. Okay, and let's see how it's look. So in this price we have the list of the price along with the timestamp, and here we have that object. As you can see, line number 33 and here is 33 from where we are getting this. So inside the price we have the price of both in Bitcoin and USD along with the timestamp as an object, so we can easily able to get the data. Okay, so let's console comment out of this, and now let's come down, take another variable, and this time I call timestamp because we want to format the time as well. You know, we want to format the time. So if we come to our real application, so as you can see here we are displaying the updated date of the price in a format way. Okay, we are converting that timestamp into a readable date. Okay, so that's what we are doing next. So let's come back to our code. So let's go here, and right now we are getting an error. So let's come here. So we're going to use this number because here we are using the number because the timestamp we are getting in form of string, and we have to convert that into a number, so we can use the date function of JavaScript to get the date, okay, of the timestamp. So we'll take the response dot date result. Inside that we'll have this ETH dash timestamp. Okay, so this is the value which I want to access. So let me open this one, and here open this, and here you can see we have this one, ETH timestamp. Okay, this is the value we want to take, and that's what we want to access here. Okay, simply console log out the timestamp, and here you can see here we have it in form of number. It's in blue, that means it's a number. If I remove that number, it become in black, and that's represent a string. Okay, so here we got the timestamp. Now let's come down. We'll take another variable called date, and this time we're going to convert this timestamp into a date. So we'll call it new date, and we'll pass the timestamp. This is the timestamp we'll pass here. We'll call the set updated price date, and inside this we're going to do the formatting. So I'll call it update, and in this I will use this plus, and I will use the date variable and get our functions, then plus, then again I will pass this comma separator, and then I will call the date, and this time I want to get minute function, then again separator plus and date, and this time I want to get the seconds. So here I got the date in hour, minute and second. So here we have our date. So let's see, this is the date here we are setting into our date. So I think we have to do, and let's console log this out. Okay, and let's close this one. Let's change this to small d, and this one is also is gonna be E. Okay, if I come here in the browser and if we reload the page, here you can see we are getting this too, but the message is not displaying. Let's see what's happening. Okay, so let's console log out down, and right now here we're getting the date here. Okay, so here we have the date. So here we have console log out the date. Let's comment out of this. Now again we need to call the API request for another. So let's scroll down, and now we want to get the supply. So this time again we have to do the API request. Simply format the URL. We are using XCS for getting our API request, and now we have to provide our API key, and the same convention you have to follow. And we have to format that. So let's type it quickly. So then bracket response, and inside that let's console log out the response, that what response we are getting, and let's come to the browser, refresh it, and right now we are not getting, yeah, we got the data. Let's open it. Inside that you can see we got this data. We have a data message and result, and this is the result, such a huge number. So it's data.result, and we want to set that to supply. Okay, so let's paste this one. So right now this variable, this value is available to EtherSupply. So we got our supplies. Now let me give this comment. Now let's write function to connect to MetaMask. Okay, we'll take a variable called check if account exists. It's going to be async function. Okay, I'll take the try and catch block, and I will simply console log out the error. And in this, first we'll do a check account, window.ether and return. So return console, I'll say please install MetaMask. So let me explain you what is window.ether. So when you install MetaMask in your computer, it will inject Ethereum object into your browser, and that's what we want to access. If we find that if that Ethereum object exists in your browser, then we can easily able to connect. But if we don't find it, we want to stop this function and we want to display this error message. Okay, so that's what I have done here. So to explain you better, let's come to our browser and let's reload the page, and let's type window.ethereum. So as you can see here, I'm getting this proxy, and this is injected into my browser with the help of MetaMask, because I have MetaMask in my computer, in my browser, and MetaMask is injecting this Ethereum object, and this is the one I'm using to connect with MetaMask. Okay, if I open this, you can able to find all the details. You can see all the properties which are there, constructor, has owner, assign, so all the data you can find here, and you can use it in your application. Okay, so here you can able to see all the data. So let's come back to our application, and now let's try to access the account. So first thing we'll do, I'll take another variable accounts, and this time is going to be window.ethereum, because we have an object, and this object contains the account list. Okay, so this time I will request for an account, and here I'm going to use a very special method called ETH okay, accounts. So this will allow me to get account from Ethereum wallet. Okay, so now I will check for the length. So if it has more than one account, then I want to get the very first account. So let's come up here and let's use this set user account, and that's what we want to do here. We want to use this, and we want to get the very first account. Here we have the first account as a user. Now let's console log that out. So let's say user account, save it. Okay, let's scroll down, let's come back to the browser, and as you can see right now we don't have any account. So let's call the function, sorry, my bad, let's call the function. Okay, here you can see I'm getting an error because localhost, you can find the data that currently I'm using my localhost 3000 and all the data you can able to find. So I'm not connected, I think so. So let's see. Open a MetaMask, and here you can see, let's log out, refresh it. So right now I'm getting this error. So eth.account, so I did a misspelling mistake, it's S not T. Okay, so here if I click on this MetaMask and log into my application, click on log, I will have the account. So let's, here you can see still I'm not getting my account. Let's see what's the problem I have done. Let's bring this in down here, and here you can see I have my account, the same account, I got it. So here I can see the account. Okay, so we can easily able to set the account and get our account, and everything's working fine. Now let's write one more function to connect our wallet on button click. Okay, so I'll call it connect wallet. This is going to be functions, and I will take a try and catch block. The same convention I have to follow. I will print something is wrong. Okay, same thing I have to do. I have to do the check, so if MetaMask exists or not, and if it exists I have to take the very first account. So same thing, copy and paste, but this time I have to do a little bit changes in the method. So it's going to be request account. Okay, this time we are requesting for the account, and now we're going to use the length, and we take the very first account and set to the user account, very first account. So that's what we have done. So this is the function we're going to add on the base of trigger. Okay, now else what we can do, we simply console log out that sorry, you do not have account, and we want to reload the window once the account is connected to the wallet. So now we have to call this function. So we're going to call this function on click event. Okay, on click event, this entire function ether price, and this function we have done check if wallet exists, and this is the connect wallet which we're going to add on a button. So that's what we have done so far. Now what we can do, let's come down and let's start working on the right side of our navigation. Okay, right side. So let me simply remove this text hey, and in that I'm going to take another dynamic block, and in this I will say if user account dot length exists, in such case I want to render a button, and it will have an on click property, and on this button I'm going to add that open user information. So this is the function we're going to create, and we're going to add on this button and display the user account. Okay, so this is, and we are slicing because the user account is very big, so we want to slice it to 10 characters only. Okay, this is the function we need to create, open user info. Now else, okay, let's reload the page. So okay, this is not an asynchronous function. Okay, this is 83. Let's come up line number 83. We are getting this. Okay, I have to add this async because it's async functions. One more error I'm getting because I have used image. Okay, line number 122. Let's come down, and by mistake we have added this image tag. Okay, now it's fine. As you can see, the account address is already displaying because we have connected our account with MetaMask. Let's open this one, let's log out, and let's refresh one more time. Here we don't have the button, but if once we log on to our MetaMask, click on unlock, and if I reload one more time, here we'll have the button which contain the account address. Let's come back to our editor, and now let's create this function. Let's copy, let's come up here, and we're going to create the function right, let's create here. Okay, I'll call it open model box, because on this function what it will do, it will open the box. Okay, the model which contain the information about the pricing, total count, and the transaction, the account address. So let's call it open user info, and it's going to be a normal arrow functions. I'll say if open model, then what we can do, it's already true, then we need to set to false. So initially when the MetaMask get connected with the application, the model would be open, so that's why I said true. So once someone click on that and make it false, if else the model is false, then set it to true. So very simple functions, open and close function we have written. Okay, so let's come here, let's click here. Nothing is happening because we haven't written code for that. Sorry, we haven't created our model for that. So let's scroll all the way down, and now let's start working on the another dynamic block. So here what we can do, we'll take a open model, and in that we're going to return instantly, and in that we'll take another div, and this will have a class style dot user model. Okay, user model. In that we'll take another div, it will have a class style dot user box. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a class called style dot color, sorry, close btn. And let's come up and let's import our icons. So md outline close coming from react icons dash md material UI, and let's import one more. So this one is going to be tb chart cart arrow vertical, and it's coming from react icon, so tb. Okay, so these are the react icons we are using here. So let's come down, and here we're going to use the icon, so the outline close button. Let's format this one. Let's add a on click function on this. So we want to call the function which we have created open user info. We'll take the image and we'll add a source. So this is the image of an avatar. So as you can see, let's come up here. I think we haven't used the image, so let's import the image. So it's going to be a user from and dot slash let's what is the name, let's open it and let's see what is the name we have. It's an avatar. Okay, avatar, type a, let's close it, a avatar, that's it. So here we have the images as well. Let's scroll down and let's assign a alt tag. So this will call a user, and width is going to be 50 and height is going to be, let's say, 50. And I'm coming with this number because I already developed this site, so I know that which value is suitable for the which component. Let's take another p tag, and this will contain the account address. We'll add a space, HTML space tag, and here we're going to display our balance ETH. And for the time being, we are let's do the hard code count. Okay, we are providing this value hard count, and later we're going to add the number of the transaction this account does. Okay, because right now we have to do a lot of setups. We need our provider to call the data from Ethereum blockchains about the account. Okay, so that's why we are doing hardcore. Let's replicate it and let's change this to a user account, and this one is a balance. Okay, and this one is going to be a total transaction, and count is okay. Here we are getting an error. Let's see, let's remove that. Okay, not good. Here we have to take another dynamic block, and now it's fine, but we're getting one more error. Here is this. Simply cut this one and paste right below here. Still we are getting this error. Okay, let's bring it up. No, just take a button, and this button will have our on click functions, and in that function we're going to call our connect wallet functions. Okay, we'll say connect wallet because we want to show two different buttons. One button with the address and a model, and the other button is to connect the wallet. Okay, so still we are getting this error. Okay, so let's see, we have the div, and we have this div. Cut this, paste here, and let's cut this part and simply paste here. Okay, still we have the error. Okay, let's come here. We have 3 div. Let's start from here to, and this is the starting, closing the box, the account. Let's take a div. Okay, take a div here because we want to wrap this inside a div. Okay, and let's add a class, and this will have a style, and we'll call a connect. And here I think we are fixed the problem. Okay, we got an error down there, so we have to take one more div here because we want to close it, and now it's good. Right now we don't have any error and everything's look good. Here we have our home, footer, and you can see we have the data. So all the data we can see. So right now if you click close, open, and here we have account under this, balance, transactions, and it's opening, closing perfectly. So our model is working fine. So model is absolutely working fine. Now we have to work on this, on these detail sections. So we have to display those 2 boxes, 2 container, and that we want to display the price and total supply and the other tokens. So what we can do, let's come here in the last div and take another div, and it will have a class called style dot price, and inside that we'll take another div. It will have a call style, and we'll have a price dot box, and that div will take another div with the class name of style dot ether price, and that will take another div. It will have a class style, and let's take an image, and we have to provide the source of the image. So the image we want to use is the ether logo, and it's alt, not about alt. It will have ether logo, and width is going to be 30 and height is going to be 30. So here we are getting an error. Remove this function, and here we have our logo. Everything's working fine. Come down, remove this one. We'll take a div, and that div will take another h4 tag, h4, and we'll call ether price. We'll take a, let's say, another p tag, and in this we're going to show this demo price. Right now we are fixed price we are displaying, and this is also going to be a fixed Bitcoin price. Okay, because we're going to show 2 different price, one in dollar, one in Bitcoin. So right now we are doing hard code, and this is going to be updated date section. Okay, let's come down, and we'll take another div. It will have a class style, and this time it will call supply ether. Okay, inside that we'll take another div, and in that div we'll take our icon, so cart icon. It will have a style dot supply icon because we want to increase the size of the icon. Okay, and we'll take another div. Inside this we're going to type our text. So this will call, let's take a h4, and it will call total ether supply. Here we're going to display the ether, total ether. Let's copy this for a time being and paste here. Okay, because we're going to change this with dynamic data. So this is the first section we have done. Let's take one more div, and this div will have a class called style dot price box, and we'll have a div with a class name of style dot token box logo, and in this we'll have an image. So we'll provide the source of the image is going to be logo. Alt tag is going to be our simply logo, and width is going to be, let's say, 200, and height is going to be 200. Okay, I want to have a bigger image. So let's come down, let's take another div. It will have a class, same style dot logo and width, and here we are missing something. Okay, we are missing this, and inside this we'll take a p tag, and this will call ERC20 token. Simply replicate this couple of times. This one is ERC20 2015, sorry, 115, and this is called contract. So here you can see we have the text, we have image, everything is there, and we can easily able to open and close our model. Now let's come back to our code editor, and let's expand this. So let's up here. So we are done with that. Now here we are in app. Just close all that. Now let's go to the nav CSS file and let's start writing the CSS for this navigation. Okay, so let's come here, open our nav file. Let me give this CC and let's come here and let's say nav. Okay, let's target, let me zoom this and target the nav, and width is going to be, let's say, 85%, margin 0 auto, background color is going to be 1F 1A336, and color is going to be our 9A02C AC. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, and background radius, sorry, border radius is going to be 5 RAM, 0.5 RAM. So this is how it's look, as you can see, big and nice. Let's target the nav dot container, and we're going to say display is going to flex, align item is going to be center, and justify content is going to be space between. Padding will have an inline padding is going to be, let's say, 1 RAM. So right now it's looking really good. Let's target that left. H1 is will have a line height is going to be 0, and color is going to be white. Transform, and let's say skew is minus 25 degrees. So this is how the text would look like, and let's convert this text. Transform is going to be uppercase, and background color we have this 9A02AC. Primary color will have position relative, cursor is going to be pointer, and transition all 0.4 millisecond, easy in out. So we have this nice text, move text, which we're going to place behind the logo. Okay, so this is how it's look on the browser. Come down, let's target the left. H1 on over effect, we want to add the color to this primary one, and on the mobile we want to hide this, so display is going to be none. Why it's not working? So this one is working. Let's come down and let's see the other. Okay, so let's come back to our NavBar file. Here let's change this to mobile. Okay, this is fine. And okay, here is the mistake. So mobile, my bad. So now right is going to be position relative, and we have a right button, and it will have a color to our primary color, and we have a background transparent, and border going to be 1 pixel solid, and the primary color. We have a border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM, and font family is going to be 700, cursor pointer. So this is how it will look. Now we'll target the connected, and it will have a position relative. We'll target the user model, and so let's come here. This is the user model we are targeting. Okay, as you can see, opening, closing. We'll target the position is going to be absolute, top is going to be 4 RAM, right is going to be 0, and padding is going to be 1 RAM, and background radius is going to be 0.5 RAM, border radius, sorry. Background color is going to be our second primary color, and width is going to be 15 RAM from all the sizes. As you can see, it's working fine. We can open and close all the text, everything is displaying. Now let's fix that close button. Okay, so user box, and this is that one we are targeting, user box. So let's say text align is going to be center, position is going to be relative. Now let's get the close BDN, and position is going to be absolute, right is going to be 0, cursor pointer, and color is going to be completely white, and font size is going to be 1.5 RAM, so it will be little bigger. Now transition all is going to be -2 second, easy in and out. Okay, as you can see, right now it's working fine. Open and close, everything's happening. Let's come down, target the closer. On over effect, we want to transform, rotate is -45 degrees, so when you over, you will have this nice rotation. Okay, let me give this comment. So let's start with the pricing section. Comment out with this. So let's take a price and let's come down. So this is the one we are targeting. So width is going to be 85%, and margin is going to be 0 auto. Cursor is going to be primary color, color primary color, and margin inline block is going to be 1 RAM. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, REM, and display is going to be grid template column, repeat to 1FR. So here it will look, as you can see right now we have this in two section. Cap is going to be 2 RAM, overflow is going to be hidden. Here we have that navigation. So now let's target this price box. So background color is going to be second primary, and border radius 0.5 RAM. Display flex, padding left 1 RAM. Line height is going to be 2 RAM. A line item is going to be center, gap 2 RAM. So this is how it will look. This is the right section, this is the left section. So where it is now, let's target the ether price, and display is going to be flex. A line item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 RAM. Price box P will target the font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, and color is going to be completely white. Let's say 2. Okay, 2. Ether price is going to be, let's say line height is going to be 5, and font width is going to be 600. Font size is going to be 14 pixels, and supply icon, this will have a font size 3 RAM. So rice big and bold will have that. Okay, we have a logo width, and width is going to be, let's say 80%, and display is going to be grid and grid template column, so repeat to 1FR. Okay, now we'll have a border left 1 pixel solid, and we have our primary color. Text align is going to be center, padding left is going to be 2.5 RAM. So we have this line, you can see we have this nice line. Okay, now let's come down, target the logo with paragraphs, and line is going to be 1.3. Margin right is going to be 1 RAM. Font size is going to be 1.1 RAM, and cursor is going to be white. Background color is going to be our first primary, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 0. So border radius is going to be 2.9 RAM. So here you can see we have a nice background color and everything's looking great. Okay, so this text looks quite big. Let's come here and let's add a media query to make it responsive for mobile device. Okay, so we'll say media query screen, and max width is going to be 45 EM, and let's target the nav. And on the mobile device I want 100% width, so you can see 100% width, this is how it look. And let's say margin block is going to be 0. Margin block is going to be 0. Okay, margin block is going to be 0. So let's come up here in the NavBar sections, and here we have to assign margin blocks because we want to have space from top on a desktop device. Okay, so let's see, this is how it's look. We don't have margin on top, we have to provide that. So we are using margin block, and let's say 1 RAM, that would be great. So here we have some margin from the top, you can see that. Okay, let's scroll down, and padding is going to be, let's say 0 RAM. 0 RAM. Let's remove the space. Border radius is going to be 0, and nav container will have a padding 1 RAM and 2 RAM. That's look good. Now let's target that. Target the desktop because we want to hide this logo. Okay, so display is going to be none, and let's target the mobile, and this will have a displays to block. So here we have a logo, it's looking really great. And we can assign line height to 0, and cursor is going to be, color is going to be white, and transition SQ is going to be 25 7 degree. I think we don't need this one, so simply remove this one because it's an image. Okay, now let's add a cursor pointer. So here we have a cursor pointer. Okay, let's come down. Now let's get the price grid template column 1FR because we want that in a one row. Okay, and padding is going to be 0, width is going to be 95%. so this is how it will look. Nice width. Okay, now let's target the price box. So it will have a display grid and ether price. It will have a padding 0.5 ram, and we have in two lines. As you can see, in a box we have this details about the supply, about the ether price. Let's come down. Let's get the logo width, and width is going to be 100%, and border left is going to be 0, padding left is going to be 0, so we don't have any space. And let's assign a logo width is going to be P, and font size is going to be 8 ram, so we want to have a small text. And let's target the token box, and let's say logo, so this one we are targeting. Okay, and let's say text align is going to be center, and margin bottom is going to be minus 2.6 ram. This looks great. Now let's target the right button. Let's remove this button, and width is going to be 100%. So here we have the button. Now let's target the user model, and right is going to be minus 6 ram. So let's come here, let's open it. Okay, so what we can do, let's say user model, and this will have a right 0.5. let's open. Now it's looking great. So simply come on, remove the upper one. So right now it's looking great and everything's working fine. We can open and close it. Okay, so let's see what's the problem. Here we are missing something. So let's get this supply ether and find that. Let's provide a padding 0.5 ram to our button. So right now it's looking great. Scroll down, and let's come here and target the supply ether, and in this we can say display is going to be flex, and gap is going to be 2 ram, and a line item is going to be center. So here it will look, as you can see, it's looking perfect. So this is how it will look on a dev store. Everything's working fine. You can see we have designed the very first section of this application, and once we upload the real data on our navigation section, then we go to do this final touch-up. Okay, so this tokens looks very big. Okay, it's look fine on a mobile, but it's look big on a desktop. So what we can do, let's come here and simply remove this token, remove this one, and that's look great. So in this way we can easily, that's for the navigation, and this one is going to be, let's say, 4. Okay, so here we have that, and let's change the text. It's quite big, so let's make it to 8. So here we have a small text, and let's make it 1, so it's look perfect. So everything is working fine. So we have done with our navigation sections, and we're going to add the data dynamically later when we do our API calls, because we need a provider to update the data. Okay, and we haven't created that provider, so we're going to create, and then we're going to update the data dynamically. So that's for the designing part for the navigation. Now let's move to the footer section. We have completed our navigation bar. Now let's start working on the footer section. So we'll go inside this component. Inside the component we have a file footer.js, and in this we're going to write the code for our footer. So let's import couple of files. So first one is going to be image, and the second one is going to be the icons which we are using in this project. So send plain fill, and it's coming from React icon RI, and we need other icon as well. So we need icons for our social media. Okay, so this one is going to be social and Twitter, and we need, and it's coming from our React icons TI. YouTube, this one is a LinkedIn, then we have a Facebook, Then we have a Instagram. So here we have all the 5 icons which we are using in this project. So let's give this command internal import. So here we're going to import all our internal files. Let's import the style CSS file, and it's inside the, let's say, styles, and we have our module CSS file. Let's import footer logo. So it's coming from dot slash footer logo .png, and these are the couple of imports we need in this project. Now let's come here and we'll take another div. It will have a class called footer. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class style footer dash dash box. Inside that we'll have an image, and it will have our source. So we're going to provide the footer image, and it will have a alt tag, and it will say logo, and we'll have to provide the width, so 100%, and height is going to be 100 for the image. Come down, we'll take another div. It will have a class style dot footer and box. Let's inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class style dot footer dash dash input, and that will take our input, and it will call email, and we have our placeholder enter email. Okay, we'll have our icon, so ri send plain fill. So this is the icon we are using. Okay, now let's come out of that box and take another div with a class of style dot footer box, and in that we'll take another div. It will have a style dot social icons socials, and in that we're going to have all the icons we going to use in this project. So first we'll have a Facebook, Instagram, then we'll have a LinkedIn, then we'll have a Twitter, and the last one is going to be our YouTube. So here we have our 5 icons. So all the icons are there. Let's import one more, Instagram. Okay, so here we have our all the icons. So that's the JSX part for our footer. Now let's come here, go to the style folder, and inside that we have a footer CSS file. And now let's start working on the CSS of the footer. Okay, so let's grab that and target the footer. We'll have to assign a width is going to be 50%. Sorry, remove that footer, and width is going to be 85%. We'll have a margin 0 auto. We'll have padding 1 RAM. Background color is going to be 1F 1A36, our second primary color. Now we'll have a margin bottom is going to be 3 RAM, and border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Display is going to be grid, so here you can see, and we'll have a grid template column repeat 12, and we'll have a 2FR. A line item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM. So we'll have some space from the top. So this is how it's look, you can see. Let's come down, target the footer input. It will have a background color is going to be our 9A02AC, our first primary color, and display is going to be flex. Justify content is going to be space between. Align item is going to be center. Padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM. Border radius is going to be 2 RAM. Cursor pointer, so here you can see we have our input working fine. This input is working fine. Now let's come down. We'll target the footer input and remove this one. Let's come here. So let's target the footer input and input. Okay, we'll give a background color to our transparent, and over outline is going to be none. Border is going to be 0. Width is going to be 90%. Color is going to be white. So here you can see it's matching with our background color. Come out of that. Let's target the footer input, and on WebKit. Okay, WebKit input placeholder. So we need to change the color. So it's gonna be our primary color, second primary. We're going to assign a font width is going to be 600. So that's look good. Let's target the social icons. Color is going to be white. Display is going to be grid. Margin left is going to be 6 RAM. Align item is going to be center. Font size is going to be 2 rem. Grid template column repeat 6 1FR. Cursor pointer. So let's expand this. As you can see here, we have our icons looking great. So this looks perfect. Let's come down and let's write the media query for our footer. Okay, we'll target the media query, and the width we are targeting for max width is going to be 45 em. First we'll get the footer, and grid template column is going to be 1FR. Text align center. Gap is going to be 1.5 rem. Width is going to be 95%. So here it looks. Social media, so social icons we can target. Margin left is going to be 0. Font size is going to be 1.5 rem. Padding inline is going to be 2 rem. So here it looks, we have some nice space. So here you can see we have written the entire CSS for our footer. So it's looking perfect on a mobile device, and it's look perfect on a desktop as well. Now let's start working on our home section. Okay, so let's come here, close all that, come to, just close this folder, come to the pages, and let's go to the index file, and this is the main section. Okay, so this is going to be our home section. So let's import couple of things from React. So we need use state and use effect and use context. We'll import use router, that is coming from next router. Okay, we need to import images as well, that is coming from the next.js, and we need to import our npm package ethers for connecting, and we need to import link, and we need to import the icons as well. So semi-minute emailer, and which is coming from react icon /si. So here we have external import. Now let's start working on the internal import. So let's remove this part, and the first thing we have to import is to our style sheets. So let's come here. I think we haven't created that, so let's come here and let's create the file. So this will call index.module.css. so this is our CSS file for the index. Now let's import that. Import style from --style/index.modules. So here we have our CSS file. Now let's import ether logo from, so log from our --ether.png. so here we have the logo. So that's the import we need to start working on this home page. Okay, everything's looking good on the browser, no breaking changes have taken. Okay, so let's close that and let's close this. So before we start writing the JSX part, we need the data so we can display on the home page. So all the API calls we're going to do inside the context folder. Inside that we have a ether.js file. So here we're going to work, and once we complete with the ether.js, then we'll move to index.js and we'll import the data, and we can start working with that. Okay, so let's start working with ether.js. First thing we have to do is to import couple of things from React. So first thing we need is use state, and we need use effect, which is coming from React. We also need ether.js, which is coming from ether, and we need to create a export EtherScan React context. So this is what we're going to use, React context, for sharing data across our entire website. Okay, entire application. So I'm exporting EtherScan and I'm using react.create context. Let's come down. We have to export one more thing. So context, this is going to be our provider, ether provider, and inside that we're going to pass children. Okay, see children, and it's going to be arrow function, and simply we have to return it. Okay, so let me explain what I have done here. So here I'm using React context for sharing data throughout the entire application, and here we have created a provider. I given the name ether provider, and we're going to wrap our entire application with this provider, okay? And whatever data we'll pass inside the children, that data is available in every single page or in every single component, okay? So everything will makes a lot of sense when you will see that how this entire things work, okay? Just be with me and watch and do code along with me. So here we're going to return it, and it's going to be instant return. And here we're going to take the EtherScan provider, so make sure it's a capital, so change here as well. So here this is our provider, and inside that we're going to pass our children, okay? And here we're going to assign the value, and inside that we can pass the data, okay? Inside that we're going to pass the data. So right now we have done this setup. Let me show you how it's works. So I will take another variable, so I'll take const and I'll call data, and this data is going to be EtherScan clone, okay? So I have this data in this EtherScan etherjs file, and I want to share this data with every single component in my footer or in my index. So I want to share this data in every single place in my entire applications. So this is how I can do it with the help of React context. So what I will do, I will copy this data and I will pass inside this value. So whatever value I will pass inside this EtherScan provider, inside the value, that would be available inside my entire application, okay? So let me show you how it would be. So let's come here and let's go to this app.js file, and now we have to wrap the entire application with that EtherScan provider, okay? The provider we have created. So let's come here, close this one, and let's import the EtherJS file, okay? That's file we need to import. So let's call it import. Let's come back and simply do one thing, select this, copy this one, come back, paste, and it's coming from -- context ether, okay? So here we have imported our EtherJS file, and here we're going to wrap the entire application with that EtherJS provider. Close it, cut this, select this all, and cut and paste down below. So here what we have done with this, we are wrapping our entire application with this provider. So this provider will allow us to share data in every single component, okay? So I wrap my entire applications. You can go, if you want, if you are creating a data for a specific page for a NavBar, so you can wrap the NavBar only, so you will have the data in NavBar only, okay? But here I'm wrapping my entire application, so whatever data I will pass in my EtherJS file, that is available to me in every single component. So here I have wrapped that. So let's expand this, let's come here, go to this index.js file, and let me show you how you can utilize it. So here we have a use context, and that's the one we're going to use it, okay? So this one, so simply come here and we need to import our EtherScan this time. So let's come back to our EtherJS, and this time we need EtherScan. We'll pass it and we're going to import it from -- context ether, and we're going to use the use context, okay? So here we now pass the name of the variable, which is a data, use the use context, and in that we're going to pass our EtherScan. So here we have the data we have passed in our EtherJS as a data, okay? So right now you can see everything is working fine, and here we have the data EtherScan, and that's what we are passing here. And now let me print that. So let's pass the data and simply come here, refresh it, and here you can see here we have the data EtherScan. So this is how we're going to pass the data. So let me do h1 so it look little bigger. So let's remove this all, take h1 and paste the data, and here we have our EtherScan clone. So this is how we're going to fetch the data in one place and share into multiple components. Hope this makes sense, okay? What we have done, we have created a React context, we have created our provider, we are wrapping the entire application with our ether provider, and then we are importing EtherScan in every single file where we want to take the data. So in case in the index file we took the value of data, so we passed the value inside the EtherScan provider, and we are receiving there using the use context. Hope everything is clear. With that said, now let's move ahead. So this is how everything's look. Let's come up here and let's go to Infura. because we need a provider to work with. Okay, so here I have already created my account. So if you haven't created, make sure you create your account, because Infura will provide you to connect our front-end application with Ethereum blockchain mainnet, and we're going to fetch the data from there. So make sure you come to Infura, create your account, and get your own API key. So here I'm showing my API key, but don't copy that, because obviously I'm going to remove this API key once I have built the complete this tutorial. Okay, so simply come here, and here I have already created a couple of files. So here you will find a lot of options. So here you will find all the options like Robston, Covin, Rinkaby, Gorilla, PlaneNet, Plumtest. So all the network you will find here, but we need actual data from Ethereum blockchain network. So for that I'm going to pick the mainnet. I'll click there, and here you will find endpoints which you can use it. So here on the right hand side you will find your project ID, which is you can call your API key, and you will find your secret key. So what you have to do is simply click on the very first URL like mainnet.infura.io version 3, and along with that API key. So copy. Okay, so this is the one I'm using. So we can come here, come back to our editor. Let me expand this, and we're going to define our provider. So on top of that I will do it. So I will take a variable which is called API key, and it's gonna be a string, and I will take the provider, and here I'm going to use the Infura provider to fetch the data. Okay, so I'll call it provider, and here I will use ether new ether dot providers dot json rpc provider, and in that I have to pass the URL which I have copied from there. What I can do, I can simply copy the API key and paste here, and in that I will pass it as a variable. Okay, so this is what you have to do when you're working in a large scale application. Never store your API key as it is. You have to create a separate file called .env, and from there you can import your API key and put inside the URL or wherever the place you want to use it. Okay, so never declare your API key like this. It's a small tutorial, that's why I'm doing it in this way. Otherwise I would go in more complex. I create a separate file for all the variables, constant variables which would be there same, and I'm not going to change that. So all the variables which going to be remain same throughout this entire application, you have to keep it in separate file. So here I have my API key, here I have my provider which allow me to fetch the data, and now we're going to use this. Okay, so we have these two important things. Without this we can't create our application. So let's come here, we'll call it 10 blocks. So we want to fetch the 10 blocks. Okay, 10 block with detail, and it's gonna be an empty array. We'll take a use state, and it will call your, let's call it your block transactions. I'm giving it short trans, and in that I can pass the 10 blocks with detail. Okay, that's what I'm doing. And I will take another use state, and it will call a current block. Okay, it would be an empty array, and I will take another use state. It will call top 10 block, and it's gonna be an empty array. We need to take one more use state. Okay, it will call transaction, so it's gonna be empty array, so this will keep the track of all the transactions. And we need one more use state which is called gas price, and it's gonna be a string. Okay, so these are the use state we're going to need in this project for displaying the data. And let's come down and let's start working on fetching the data. So first what we can do, we can create a account details function. It's gonna be a async function, and in that we're going to take this try and catch, because we're going to make an API call. So if anything's get wrong, we have to get that. So something went wrong while fetching the data, and we have to pass the error. And that we can take another variable. It will call get current block. So we need to get the first block, and it's going to be a wait provider. So this is the provider we have to use, and here we're going to use this get, and here you will find a bunch of function which you can call it on your provider. Okay, so we have a get avatar, get balance, get block number, get block with transaction. So these are the function which provided by Ether, which you can utilize it. Okay, so we need to get the get block number. Okay, block number, and this will give us the latest block number which currently got mined on Ethereum blockchain network. Okay, so let's correct this one, and let's come down, and let's set that current block to our get current block, and let me console log out and show you. So let's save it and let's call the function. So we'll take a use effect and we're going to have a callback, and in that we're going to pass our function this way, and it's going to be empty array. So this is how we are calling the function. So whenever we reload the function, so whenever the user will reload the browser, this function will get triggered. Okay, so let's come here, let's open our inspect element and let's go to the console, and here you can see we have the latest block. You can see 150935521. So this is the latest block which is created on Ethereum blockchain network. So this function allows us to get this block number. Okay, and we're going to use this to get more blocks details. Okay, so this is going to be our starting point. Simply come down, now get single block transaction. Okay, we have to get the single block transaction details. So we're going to say, let's call it block transaction, and we're going to use a wait, we use have to provider, and we have to use get block, and in that we're going to pass the current block. Okay, so this get block function will give us the data about the current block. So what we have done first, we have fetched the block number which is currently get mined on Ethereum blockchain network, and then we are using this get block and passing that block number, and this function will give us the complete detail of that particular block, like transaction, hash number, timestamp, fees, reward, every data we'll get about that current block. So let's call it block transactions and simply save it and come back here in the browser, reload the page. Just wait, because we are getting, and sometime what happened that you will get this data very late, because we are fetching this data right from blockchain network, so it takes a little bit time. So if you reload your browser and if you can't find this, just wait for 1 or 2 seconds or 3 seconds, you will get the data. Okay, so I'll tell you that when you make a API call, this data will take a little bit time to come. I'm making this video a little fast forward, so that's why you can see that the data is instantly arrived, but it took a little bit time. So here we have the data about the current block. If I open it here, you can able to find all the details: gas per fee, difficulty, extra data, gas limit, timestamp. So all the data you can able to find here, and you can easily able to display right in your front-end application. So you can see here we have the data. Now let's come back. So we got our data. Inside the data you can see one more thing. Here we have all the transaction which happen inside the block. So all the transaction altogether, we have 117 transaction which took place inside the block. So we can render this transaction as well in our front-end applications. Okay, which we're going to do. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to get the transaction. So transaction, because here you can see, let me reload that. So just wait, the data will take. Here we have all the transaction which happen inside that block. You can able to find the hashes of the transaction. So that's what we need. Okay, so now we have to get this set transaction, and in that we're going to set all the transaction. So let me tell you what I have done. First, I try to access the information about the current block, then we'll try to access the transaction details of that current block. So that's what I have done. Block transaction dot transaction, it's a kind of an object, and from there I'm setting the transaction. Okay, in all the transaction I'm using set transaction function. So this will allow me to have the access of the transaction. Now let's get the top 10 blocks. Okay, because that top 10 blocks we're going to display in our front-end application in the home page. So let's grab that, and this is totally optimal. You can display 20 or 100, it's totally up to you, but I'm going with 10 because I don't want to render too many things. So I will go with 10. You can go as many as you want. First we'll take a const and we'll say take a previous variable, previous block, sorry, and we have a current block -10. So we have to subtract from the -10, and then we have to list 10 block, and this is gonna be an empty array, and that we're going to push all the 10 blocks. Okay, so we have to run a for loop. So let I is equal to get current block, and I is greater than previous block I minus minus. In that scenario, we have to use this list 10 block dot push, and in that we're going to push our I. So again, what I have done here, I have run a reverse for loop and try to get the previous 10 blocks. So that's what I have done, and I'm pushing that in my list 10 block. Okay, now let's come down. So let's console log that out, our list 10 block, and here you will find all the list of the 10 blocks. So just wait. Let's see what happened. Here we have the array. As I told you that this data takes a little bit time to arrive, and here we have the list of all the arrays. As you can see, 50, 49, 48, 47, 56. So here we have all the data: 50, 49, 48, 46, 44, 43, 42, 41. So we got the 10 blocks. Okay, here we have the 10 blocks. Now let's come down, and now let's get the block detail. So now let's get the block details of every single block. Okay, we'll take a get block details, a variable, and we're going to get the block list, and we're going to use the flat method because we want to set into a single array. So let me show you. If we call the function, here you can see, so here we got a single array, and that we have all the block numbers. Earlier we were getting in a individual array, but here we have you flat the entire array and made it one array. So here we have, and now we're going to loop over this array and get the data of each of this block. Okay, so that's the trick what I'm going to use here. So let's come here. So let's remove this. Now what we can do, so let's come up here, and here we have top 10 blocks. So let's copy that and set that the top 10 block number, and here we have the top 10 block number. Now simply come down, and we'll get the get block details, and we're going to run a map element. It's gonna be async function lm, and inside this we're going to take another variable called single block detail or data. We're going to say wait provider, and we're going to use this get block function, and in that we're going to pass this single element el. Okay, and once we have the data, we're going to use this 10 block with details, and here we have that, and we're going to push. Okay, we're going to use this push method and push that single block details as in a form of I. Okay, then we let to console log this out. Okay, so I think I made a mistake. So okay, this is not I, it's a single block, because that's what we have to push. And let's remove this, and let's remove this only single block data. So here we have that. So now refresh, here we have the data. You can see we got one data, and inside that we got the details of that entire block. Okay, so right now it's only one. Here comes the another one. As you can see, 65, 62, 63. So finally we are getting the data of every single block, and we are looping through that and printing in our search console. Okay, so you can take it as many as you want, but I would recommend you to display not more than 10 or 15 at a time. Otherwise you will have a infinite API calls. So that's what you have to keep in mind. You have to limit the number of calls. So let's remove that. And so here we have the data. Now let's come down and let's get the ether price. So we'll take another variable, and it will call a gas price. We have to await, we have to use our provider, and then get let's say get gas price, and in that we don't need to pass anything, because this will automatically give us the price of the gas, and we have to convert this into the gas price. Okay, so let's call it latest gas price. So before we do that, let's console log out this gas price. So here we have, just wait. So here we have our gas price detail, but it's a big number, and we have to convert that number into a ether. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Latest gas price, if we use the ether dot utils dot format utils, and in that we're going to pass the gas price. So this function will convert that into ethers, and let's refresh the browser, and just wait. The data would be arriving at any time, and just wait. So here we have the data. So this is the gas price. You can see we got the data and converted that big number into a ether price. So let's comment this. So here we have our ether price. So what we can do, let's get this and set this price. Okay, so we can simply set that gas price. So right now the price is available there. So everything done, and now we have to pass all the data we have taken here. Okay, so the second one is going to be our current block details. So this is the one, and then we need our top 10 blocks number, then we need our your block transaction detail, then we need our gas price, then we need our provider. So here I have imported here all the data. So here we passing all the data into our value. So first data, then we have our current block, top 10 block, our block with transaction, then transaction list, then we have a gas price, then we have a provider. So all the data we are passing here, so we can easily able to receive in our index file. Okay, so that's what we have done here. So first we made our API calls. We have set the value in our use state, then we have a transaction, then we got the block, then we got the block details, then we run a loop on that and get a single transaction. So we're done with this. Now let's move to our index file. So let me quickly do one thing. Let me close this app, and here we are in our index file, and here we have to receive all the data which we are getting from our ether.js file. Okay, so here we're going to receive that another variable called use router, because we want to have the router as well. So we have already imported that. Now let's take a use state. Okay, so all the use state we're going to write inside this section. So first one is going to be our user account, and it's going to be a string. So let's remove this and let's start writing the JSX part. Okay, then we'll start importing the data and displaying on the browser. So we'll take a class, it will have a style.header, and inside that we'll take a form. We have to remove this, and inside that we'll have another class called style.account, and this section is going to allow us to fetch the account. Okay, so we want to take the account from the user, so they can put the account and they can click and they can find the data of that. So that's why we are taking this form. Okay, form element, and I will call it account address. Okay, inside that we'll take a input and gonna be a text, and placeholder would be enter account address. Okay, and we have to provide an ID as well to get the data. So account address, same name I have to give, and I'm going to take a, let's say, icon. So we can take a link, and inside that I'm going to take an icon. So we have to take the path name, and where I want to redirect. So I want to redirect to the home page, sorry, account page, and I have to pass the query. So user account, so that's the value we have to pass as an ID. Okay, and in that we're going to take an icon, and let's remove this and paste this icon inside a anchor. So we'll get a click event. So that's how it will look. So let's come here, and here you can see here we have our input folder. Make this side by side. Okay, now let's come down, main section of home page, where we're going to render the details. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take another div, it will have a style dot container box, and inside that we'll take a h3 tag, it will call latest blocks. In that we'll take a div, it will have a class called style dot container block. Inside that, let's come up here, let's go to our data section, and here we have the data. So simply copy this, our block transaction. Okay, come to our index file, and we're going to pass here. Okay, block transaction, and let's simply do one thing. Let's take a dynamic block and map lm equal to, we'll take a div, close, and it will have a class name style dot one block, and it will have a key as well. So let's provide this pay equal sign, and it will have a key, say I plus 1, and inside that we're going to loop the element. So let's call it, take a div and take a style. Inside that we'll take a block, and inside the block we'll take another div, and it will also have a style, and it will call info. Inside that we'll take a p tag, and it will have a class called style dot bk, and we call at bk, and we'll have a link. So we'll take a href, and we have to provide the path name, then query. So we have to pass the block because we want to redirect to the block page, and then we have to assign the query, and this query is coming from lm dot number. Okay, so as I show you, when we declare so this data, this number is available inside our block transaction. Okay, so let me comment out of this, and let's come here up and simply, okay, so let's come up here, let's console log out the data, and let me show you your trans block. Okay, your block transaction, sorry, and let me go to the console, and here you can see we have, currently it's empty, and here we have all the data which is available in our transactions. So you can see hash number, and if I open inside this, we have all the data like difficulties, extra date, gas limit, gas dues, hash miner, nuance 1 percent hash, timestamp, and transaction. So all the data is available here, and from here we're going to fetch the data. Okay, so we have this difficulties, and here we have the number. So that's what we're going to display and render in our front end. Okay, so let's come back here, and that's what we have done here. Okay, so let's remove this part, and let's come down, and that's okay. So let's, inside this we're going to pass the block number, save it. Now let's take a p tag. Inside that we're going to pass the timestamp. Okay, timestamp, and this data is also available in that object, and we'll take another div, and inside the div will have another div, and will have a class called style dot miner. Okay, the address who mine the block, and we have to take another paragraph tag, and inside that we're going to take a span, and it will call miner, and here we have to provide the HTML space, so nbsp comma, so this is the space, and then we have to provide the address name. Okay, so inside that we're going to provide the link address, so it will have a path, sorry, class name, and let's call it link because we want to change the color of that link, and here we're going to take href path name, and here we want to redirect to the block page, no sorry, account page, because we're going to display the user account. Okay, the address, and here we have to provide the query, so the query is going to be the miner address. Okay, and in that we're going to take a tag, and here we're going to display the miner address, and we have to use this slice because we don't need to display the entire address, otherwise it will not fit our box. Okay, so we are slicing it. So here you can see, here we got the data, we got the block number, we got the timestamp, and here we got the miner address. Here we got the miner address, so everything's working fine. Here we have the miner address. Okay, so this is the first part is done. Now let's come down. We have to take a span, and inside that span we're going to take another link tag, and it will have a, simply copy this and paste here because it's going to be the same, and simply change this to number, and here we have to display, let's remove this, display the block dot time transaction. So we have to show the number of transaction which happen inside the block. Okay, so here from here we are getting the length of the transaction in that particular block. Okay, and here we have to provide a space, and then we can say transaction in 30 seconds. So right now I'm hard coding this value. You can easily able to display dynamically, okay, which I will do later, not now. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class style dot reward, and in that we'll take a p tag. Okay, inside that we're going to display the reward which actually got received by the miner. Okay, so here we have to create a special function convert into ether, and here we're going to pass that gas fee per gas. Okay, so this is the value we have to pass, and the reason why I have taken that function, because we have to convert that number, because that number will come into a big int and we have to convert that and it display in ether. Okay, so that's why I have taken that functions. So let's come up here and let's create the function. So convert ether, so const, and this is the function we have to create. It's gonna be an arrow function, and inside that we're going to pass the amount, and then we have to dot ether dot utils dot format, and in that we have to pass the amount, and it's gonna be ether, and here we have to return the ETH. Okay, so that's the very simple function which simply convert the big number to ether. Okay, so let's come here and let's create a input address. So we have a form and we have to take the address from there. So let's create a function for that. So it will say address, account address, and it will have an event, and it's gonna be an arrow function. So first we have to prevent the default behavior of the form. So prevent default. Let's come down. We have to take another variable called address, and here we have to receive the address. So document dot get element by id, and the id we have assigned is account address, and we have to get the value, and we have to dot get the value and trim. Okay, so it's a value and then trim. So we need to remove all the spaces. Okay, that's why I have used this trim function, and we have to set that as a user account, current account, and that we have to pass the address. And once the account is created, then we have to redirect to the account page. Okay, so router dot push, we are using it to push to the account page, and here we have to pass the address. So for passing the address I have taken a template literal, so I can easily able to redirect. So let me explain what I have done one more time. I have created a function called account address, and that I have assigned an event. So first thing I have to remove the prevent the default behavior of form. I'm getting the address from the input, and then setting as a user account, and then I'm setting that user account and redirecting to the account page with the help of this router dot push. Okay, so that's the simple thing I have done. Let's get the address, and its input field is going to be empty. Okay, so that's the simple thing we have done here. So let's come here and we're going to call the functions somewhere. Let's come down. So let's see, we have to call the function like here on the link. Okay, so we'll take a on click event, and it's gonna be an event, and here we have to pass the function name, so account address, and that we have to pass event because we are receiving event there. Okay, so we have the functions and we are getting that. So this is our function convert into ETH for converting, and that's function for getting the data from input. So what else we need? Let's take a span and let's give this value ETH, and we have to assign a source, and here we're going to show the image ether logo. So ether logo, and we have to assign a class. So this will call style ether, and we have to assign a width. So all tag is going to be ether and logo, and width is going to be around 10. We need to have a small image. Okay, so everything's looking great. Okay, let's close this one. We have our data. Let's close that. Let's come down, and we need to create one more section which is called the container. Okay, container box, sorry, and it will have a called latest transaction. So first we are displaying the latest blocks, and here we are displaying the latest block transaction. Okay, for example, the latest block is 100, and we want to display all the transaction which happen inside that latest blocks right here. Okay, so that's why I have taken latest transaction. So first we'll take a div and it will have a class called style dot container, and simply come to our ether file and get the transaction. So simply pass the transactions, all the transaction which is available here, remove the data, and now we're going to loop over the transaction. So transaction dot map lmi, it's gonna be a instant callback function. So div, okay, it will have a class style dot one block. Okay, that's the details we want to provide, and here we have to pass the key I plus 1. Let's give the space, and inside that we have to take another div. It will have a class called style dot info. Inside that we'll take another div. Inside that we'll have a paragraph called class and style dot bx, and here we'll say ts, means to latest transaction. Okay, and I will take a link, and here we have to provide the href attribute. So path name, it's gonna be to transaction page. Okay, transaction. So here we have created that transaction page. That's the page where we want to redirect. So let's say transaction, and here we have to pass the query, and the query is going to be the transaction hash. Okay, lm, that's what we want to pass it. And here we can say hash, and let's simply come up here and get that space. So let's get the space and simply paste here, and then we can display the transaction hash, and we have to slice it because I don't want to display the entire length of the hash. Okay, so that's what we have done pretty much. So these are the function we have created. So this is for conversion, this is for getting account from the input, and this is our GSX part, and this is our transaction part. Okay, so hope that's okay. Now let's expand this, and here you can see we can easily able to render all the transactions. All the transaction we can easily able to render here, but there is a problem with the blocks, so I think something's wrong. We can find that. So here you can see the original one is this, and here we have the transaction list. That means our API call is working fine. So let's close this, come here, go to the index file, and now let's start working on the CSS part. Okay, we're going to fix that. So now let's start working on the CSS part. Okay, and let's style this. So let's come up here and let's get the header first. First what we have to do is width is going to be, let's say, 65%, margin 0 auto, then we'll have a margin top is going to be 2 ram, and let's get the bottom 1 ram. Color is going to be white, display grid, gap 1 ram. Refresh the browser. Here you can see container. So here we have the, let's come up here, we have the container, and width is going to be 60%, margin 0 auto, margin top is going to be 1 ram, margin bottom is going to be 2 ram, and here we have the list. As you can see, container box, background color is going to be 1F1A36, our second primary color. Padding is going to be 0.5 ram, 1 ram. Font size is going to be 12 pixels. Border radius is going to be 0.4 ram. Here it's see, it's look great. So this is how it will look on our desktop. We're going to make it responsive for the mobile device. Okay, let's come here, let's get the container box anchor, and let's add a color to our primary color. Okay, font width is going to be 700, container box h3, color is going to be white, border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid, and we have our primary color. Now let's say padding 0.5 ram. So here it's look great. Let's come down, container block height is going to be 80 vh, overflow scroll, so we want to scroll horizontally. Okay, so this is how it will look. Now we have to target the block container WebKit because we want to remove that side tracker. Okay, scroll bar, and display is going to be none, and one get the one block, and let's say display flex, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. Let's refresh the browser. Okay, as you can see, right now we don't have that scroll bar, and we can simply remove that. Okay, sorry, scroll that. Now let's get the BK block number, and background is going to be this. Primary width is going to be 1.5 RAM, color is going to be white, and font width is going to be bolder. Padding is going to be 0.2 RAM, border radius is going to be 2 RAM. So everything is looking great. Let's see what's the problem. Invalid block number. Okay, we have some problem in our block number. We're going to fix that. Okay, let's start working on the styling. So let's come here, and it's a reward. Okay, so display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, position relative, justify content space around, sorry, space between, reward span, and it will have a color, say our primary color. Font width is going to be bolder. Then we have a minor, and line height is going to be 1. Link A, it will have a margin left 0.9 RAM. So looking great. That's looking great. Okay, so let's come up here and let's see let's get that account address, and let's style that account address. So background color is going to be our second primary, first one, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, color is going to be white, border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM, display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM. So here we have our input. Come down, account address input, so background transparent, border radius, let's say border is going to be 0, outline none, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, color white, width is going to be 100%. So let's save it. This is how it look, perfect. And this is how it will look on a desktop. We have our all the transaction, but the block details are not displaying. We're going to fix that. Okay, let's start working on the CSS part. Let's come down, and let's simply this is what we have here, container, and in container we have to say display is going to be grid, and grid template column is going to be 2, repeat 2 NFR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. So we'll have some space. As you can see, this is how it will look on a desktop. Okay, it's looking quite similar to the original one, and we can easily able to redirect to our transaction page. As you can see, means our link is also working. Okay, let's see, this is the problem, not a big deal. So here we have the data, but this data is not displaying. So our container is also working. Let's add a media query. Max width is going to be 45 EM. Let's get the header. So width is going to be 95%. Okay, get the container, grid template column 1FR, and width is going to be 95%, and overflow is going to be hidden. So as you can see, it's looking perfect. Look like a native mobile application. As you can see, beautiful design. And this is how it's looking on our mobile, but still we have some space. As you can see, the header and the body container is not equals in width. Okay, we have to fix this. So okay, let's come up here, and it's 60 and this is 65 as well, so both has to be 65. Okay, now it's looking perfect, and we can easily able to redirect to the different pages. You can see, so we are getting invalid big number value, and that's coming from our big int. Okay, so let's open the search console. Let's open that, and here we have the data. Inside the data, what we can do, let's come here in our simple block transaction. So we are getting all the detail of the transaction, but here inside this we have, it's called big. So let's come here, and let's come down where we are passing the data. So we are converting, and here we are passing. So simply you have to remove the, I have written the wrong spelling. Okay, base fee per gas, I have written the wrong spelling. Okay, so let me simply copy the spelling and change this. Okay, so it's base fee per gas. I added 3 e's, so that's why I was getting this error. And now we'll have the data, so simply replace it, and let's come here and let's reload the browser. And just a moment, here you can see, here we have the data. As you can see, let us block, we are getting the data, we are getting the miner, we are getting the block number, we are getting the timestamp, we are getting the total transactions, and the ether price as a gas fee. So we are getting all the data, and everything's working fine. So if we click on this transaction, we can easily able to redirect to the transaction page. You can see at the URL we are on the transaction page. If we come here, we can see all the 10 blocks. If we click on the miner, we can go to the miner page. Okay, so let's come down. So here is the latest transaction. Let's decrease to 45. Okay, 45 is good. So let's click here to transaction, let's come back, and here it is. So sometime the block data will take a little bit time to arrive. So what you can do, if you find that it taking too much time, just click on the transactions, go to the page and come back, and you can find that you will have all the transactions. So sometime it happens, but most of the time you will find all the data display instantly. Okay, so here we will find all the details about the blocks, and there is some problem with this transaction, we are not having the color. Okay, we have the miners, we have the total number of transaction, and we can easily able to redirect to the block page. As you can see, block page and the block number, and here we are to the account. Okay, so we are switching to different pages. Here we are on transaction account pages, and here we are on transaction pages. So everything's working fine, we can switch to different pages. We are displaying the data, a lot of things happening. I hope everything is looking great right this moment, and you guys are where I am. And this is how it will look on a mobile device. As you can see, look like a native applications. We have a beautiful design, beautiful interface. Simply copy this and simply paste here and click. You can see we can redirect to the account page, means our get input function is also working, and we're getting the account and redirecting to the account page. Okay, and that's also working, everything is working. So right now we have hard coded this ether price and total supply, but we're going to display dynamically because right now we have the provider, and that provider we're going to use it in our NavBar to fetch the information about the ether price and the supplies. Okay, so with that said, so now let me take a 10-minute breaks, and then I will back once again, but you will guys find this video continuity. Okay, now let's start working on our account page. So here I will type RAFCE and create a React functional based component. I'll change the name to account, and I'm going to import couple of things from React. So the first one is going to be use state, second one is going to be use effect, and the third one is going to be use context. Okay, these are the three import we need from React. Now let's come down, let's import Axios for our API call, image which is coming from next image, let's import use router, and this will come from next router. Now let's import our ether.js, and that's coming from Ether. And now let's do the internal import. So let me give this command internal import, and we're going to import our first thing. Let's come here and simply, this is, let me zoom out, and this is the one we're going to import. So simply import it, and which is coming from, let's say, dot dot slash context slash ether. Okay, now we have to import the other files. So we're going to import our style sheet. So style, and from, and coming from dash dash slash style, and our account module dot css. Now let's import our ether logo, and this is coming from dash dash ether. Now let's import our logo loader, and this is coming from dash dash loader gf. Okay, so this is the internal import. Now let's come down, let's import table from tables. Okay, so this is our component we're going to, which we have already created, and that's the component we are importing here, and we're going to pass the data in this table component, and that's going to modify the entire state of our application on the account page. Okay, so right now it seems like complicated, but this is how the approach I'm going to take. So this is how we're going to build. Okay, so here we have our table component, and everything will make sense. Okay, so when you will see that how everything is coming together and making and working, so that's the whole thing will make a lot of sense. So let's continue. So here we are done with the entire external and internal import. Let's come down, and here we're going to import couple of things. Okay, we'll take a const, and here we have to initialize our provider, and this provider is coming from EtherScan, or not from, I have to use context, and it's coming from, let me give the bracket, and it's coming from EtherScan. Okay, so that's what we are doing here, and we are getting and this is the provider we are receiving here, which is coming from here. Okay, now we have to take another variable, and here we're going to call it router, and this router is coming from router. Okay, so we have already have the router. Now let's come down, we'll take another variable, and here we're going to take the query. Okay, so we have a list of transaction, list of account on our index page. Okay, so when we click any one of those account, we'll redirect to our account page, and from there, from the URL, because we are passing the account address in the URL, from there we're going to take that address and use it to fetch the data. Okay, so that's the whole trick I'm using here. So that's why I'm using the query, and this query object is available on the router. Okay, so here it has available to me, and I will take another variable, and this time I'll call account, and I have to modify even more. So I will say object dot keys, keys, and inside that I will pass the query, and I want to take the very first query. So okay, so it's going to be a 0 index, and this will give me the account from the URL. So let's come down, let me give this comment. So use state section. Okay, here we're going to call all, take the all use state. So let me take the very first one. So this one is going to be called account. Okay, it's going to be a string, and let's take another one. So this will call balance. Here we're going to fetch the balance and store, so it's going to be a string. Let's take another one. So this is going to be our total transaction, so the number of transaction an account has done, so it's going to be as a string. Okay, we'll take another use state, and inside this we're going to store the name. So here we have to check that if the name has name, so if the account has a name, if it has, then you have to store the name here. Okay, so here what we are doing, so here what we're going to do, here we're going to check if the account has a name. If it has, then we have to take the name and store it. Okay, and we have to take it as a string. I will take as a string. Come down, we'll take another use state, and this time we'll call it open. So this open will allow us to switch. Okay, because this account will have a multiple switch. So first we'll display a button, and when someone will click on the button, they will have a loader, and once the data get loaded at the back end, then we'll display the actual data actual account form, okay, account page. So that's the trick, and this open state is going to help us a lot to switch different between the different stage of the home page. Okay, so initially it's going to be true because we want to display that button, so it's true. Now let's come down, and we'll take another use state, and it's called loading because we want to show the loader, and it's going to be true initially. Okay, so here we have our states which we taking it, and let's come down and let me give this comment API use state. Okay, so here we're going to make all the API calls, all the use state of API. So I'll take a use state and let's call it account. Okay, and history. So all the data we're going to fetch from the API in about the account history, that's going to be there. Let's take another one, and this one is going to be called internal by, and this will call address. So this will hold all the transaction which is happening internally, and it's going to be array. Okay, I will take another one. This is called ERC20 token, and this will hold the data of ERC20 token. So it's going to be an array. We have to take the other token as well. So this one is ERC21, and it's an array. Now let's come down, and we have to take another one, ERC1155, and it's going to be an array. Okay, so here we have 3 tokens. We have to take 2 more, so we'll take a use state 1 more, and inside this we're going to hold the data about let's say block. Okay, block minded by address. So all the block created by the account, we have to store the data of that as well. And we'll take another use state, and this will called block range transaction. So all the transaction happening within the block range, that what we're going to track here, and we're going to store as an array. Okay, so here we have all the use state which we're going to need for our API calls, and we're going to store the data. So right now I'm just setting up the stage for doing the work. Okay, so I'm just setting the stage, creating all the use state. We're going to fetch data, and we're going to store on each of these use state, and we can pass into our table. So that's what we're going to do. So let's start, and let's come up here. Let's instantly return this. Okay, I'll take a div, and this div will have a class, and here we have to take the bracket. I have to take a style, and this will call account div, div. Okay, let's bring it down, account data, and it's going to be an async function. In that we're going to take a try and catch block, and here we'll take console log of that. So we'll type the something like something went wrong. Okay, and here we're going to do set the stage. Okay, so first set account is going to be account, so whatever the account we are fetching, we have to set it as a current account, and here we have to do the if statement. Okay, so if open, then we want to set the open to false. Okay, account name, here we're going to fetch the name of the account. So we'll take a const, and I call it ESN, and we have to use await. We have to use our provider which we have imported, and here we're going to look for lookup address. Okay, so this function I'm getting from ether.js. Okay, and I want to look the address, and I'm get the account. Okay, so that's what this function will do, and here I'm going to do if statement. Okay, so if ESN is null, so if an account address doesn't have a name, then I want to just do something. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to first set name is going to be called, let's say, ESN. Okay, and here set loading is going to be false because we want to remove the loading and display the data. Okay, else we have to do the exact the same thing. Okay, set name, we have to set it as an ESN, and we have to set the loading. Okay, set the loading to false. Or here you can do one interesting thing. I instead of setting the ESN name when the address when the name is not there, you can send some custom message, but I will go in the default way. Okay, so here you are open to use your custom message when the name is not there. Okay, but the rest I'm going to do the same. So okay, so this is our name functions. Here we are checking, and this is the else statement. Okay, and here we have the error. So let's write our JSX. Okay, we'll take a dynamic block, and in that we'll say open. If it's true, then what we have to do is, let's take the another trinity operator, and in this we're going to simply render nothing. Okay, empty for the time being. Inside this we're going to take a div. It will have a class called, let's say, style dot btn container. Okay, let's come down. We'll take a h1. Inside that we're going to take another dynamic block open. If it's open, then we have to display welcome to ether finance tracker, finance, let's say, and else we have to display other message, please wait, the data is loading. So this is the if and if statement. Two different messages I want to display, then I have to take a button, and this will button have a style dot open btn class, and it will have an on click function, and on that on click function we're going to call another function which is called account data. Okay, account data, this is the function we're going to call on click event. Okay, simply come here, remove this part, and let's start working on the JSX here. So we'll take a div, and inside the div we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style dot loading, and here we're going to display our loading. So inside that I'm going to take an image. It will have a source, and we'll call loader, and here I will take the alt, and it will say loading. I have a image width is 100 and height is 100. Okay, so width and height is 100 which we have taken here. So let's come up here, and let's take another dynamic block, and let's say loading. Okay, and we're going to put this loading here inside this, and else we want to render nothing. Okay, let's come down. Let's take another dynamic block, and this time we'll say if loading is false, then we want to display this. Okay, we'll take a div, and inside the div let's take a class. So it will have a style dot, and it will call a container. Inside that, let's take this one, fix this problem, otherwise we'll get an error. So empty. So here we have this. Now let's come down, and let's bring in the old fashioned. Okay, now it's looking good. So we'll take another div. It will call a, let's say, style dot box, and inside the div we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot, and it will call account. So here we're going to display the account details, and inside that we're going to take an image, and the image source we have to add ether logo. So the logo we're going to display, and alt, and here we have to assign logo, we have to assign width 20 and height is going to be 30. Okay, that's what we are providing here. Now let's come down. We have to take a paragraph tab. It will say address, and inside the span we're going to display our address. Okay, so let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style, let's say style dot honor, and in that we'll take a p. It will have an on click function, and in this we want to call our account data functions. Okay, data, and in that we're going to type, let's say, honor. Let's come down and take another name, and take a hello brother. Okay, so here what we are doing, so if we have the name, then it will display the name of the account. If we don't have the name, then it's display this message, hello brother. Okay, so here we have created the name functions, and that's what we are trying to display here. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. Let's come down, take a div. It will have a class called style dot overview box. Okay, now we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot overview. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot overview title, and inside that we'll take a p tag, and it will say overview. We'll come down, it will take another p tag. It will have a class called style dot minor, and here we have to display the miner account. So we'll say the name, otherwise we have to display the miner, and we have to display the account. So we'll take this space, and here we're going to take that ACC account, okay, account variables which we have stored there. Okay, so that's what we're going to display, account slash. Okay, so here we have used the slice method because we don't want to display the entire length, entire address, because otherwise it won't fit in our container. So we are slicing it only 10 character, and that's why I have used the slice function. Let's come down, we'll take another div, and it will have a class called style dot account balance, and that we're going to display the balance. So let's format this one. Let's take a p tag. It will have a class called style dot color, and that will add a balance, and here we're going to display the actual balance, and here we're going to take, so let's come down, let's take this ETH currency value. Okay, let's come here, let's take another div. It will have a class called style dot branding, and inside that we'll take h2 and we'll say welcome. We'll add a break and Ether finance tracker. Come down, we'll take another p tag, and here we're going to display our custom message. Hello, welcome to Ether finance tracker, find out your Ethereum, and here we can take the name. If it has the name, then I have to display the name, otherwise we have to display the account address, and we have to provide this space. So NBSP, and we'll say finance status. Okay, so here we have the status, a little bit branding of our applications. So we are done with that part. Now let's come here, and we are going to display, take another dynamic block, and we'll say if loading is not there, then we have to display our table. Okay, otherwise we don't want to display anything. So let's come up here. Here we have that table, and that's what we are displaying here. Okay, so let me tell you once again how we're going to plan. So this table, so all the data we are getting about the ERC20 token, account history, that's all data we're going to populate inside the table, and we'll receive inside the table, and then we're going to distribute that data into different component for a transaction for the ERC20 token. So you will see how we're going to do it. Okay, so we are done with this account name. Now we have to get our API key to make our API call. So let's come here, let's call it API EtherScan scan. Okay, so we're going to use the API key. So here I'm on EtherScan, so I'll come here, I'll go to my API sections, and make sure to get your own key, don't use mine, otherwise this application might not work, and I'm going to delete this API key anyway. So I copy the API key, come back here, and let's call it const API dash key. Inside that I'm going to pass the API key. So this is my API key of EtherScan. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use first fetch API. So one example I will give you to how you can use fetch API for calling data. Okay, and then we're going to move to XCS, and then we're going to use the global like EtherScan API variable, so we can fetch the data from EtherScan we have already installed. Okay, so what I can do, wait, because we are into a async function. Okay, this is a async function, so we have to API, and in this we have to pass the URL. So here I'm taking the template string EtherScan, and here we are in the API section, account section. Okay, so if you don't know how to get it here, simply come here. Once you create your account, click on more, go to this API doc, click on this. Once you click, you will come to this page and go to this here, and from here you can easily able to find everything. So we're going to use the transaction history. We want to get all the transaction of the single account, and here you can see that how many API requests you can make. So we're going to use this URL, and we can come back to our code, and we're going to paste here, and let me format this one quickly. And here we have the formatted URL. So first we have to do is to change our API. So instead of pasting the API key directly, we have to take it as a variable, and that is the approach you have to follow, because when you are working on a large case applications, you don't directly paste your API key like this. Okay, you keep it into a separate .env file, and from there you're going to access that. So I'm passing my API key and I have to pass the account address as well. So here I'm going to change this to account address. So I'll take this, and we have the account inside this ACC. So this is already we have extracted from here. Okay, so we have our account address and it will return a promise. So we have to deal with taking that response JSON, then we have run then data, and we are setting the data. Okay, that's what we are doing. So once I call this account history, I'll get the complete data. Okay, so we are making a simple API call. This is the fetch API call. We are converting that and we are setting the data. That's it. Let's make all the API call, then we'll see how the data is look. Here we have made our API call, EtherScan API call, and now let's get started. Okay, so we're going to write all the API calls here, then we're going to render on our account page. Okay, so let me give this comment transaction history. Okay, let's come here and this will call transaction by internal hash. So first API call we made for getting the transaction history and we are displaying, and the second is going to be a transaction by history. So here we have to do that API call. So we're going to follow the ajax axis we're going to use here. So let's come up here and here we have to get this. So simply copy that and paste here. So this is the endpoint we're going to use for fetching the internal transaction by hash. So let me format the URL. You guys already know the drill, so I will go a little faster here because these codes are repetitive. I have to copy the URL and I have to paste the here. So account, and here I have to add my API key. I have to follow then. Inside that I have to get the response, and I simply console log it, and let me show you the response what I'm get. Format the document and let me start my application. So run npm run dev, click on this local 1000 3000, and here I have that. This is how the application is looking, as you can see. Now let's inspect the element and go to the search console, and here we have no information. Let's click here, and currently we have no data. Let me refresh the page, and as I told you that this will take a little bit time to get the data. So here we are getting the data. Just wait, let me refresh one more time, and here we are, and here we have the data. As you can see, we have to call the API because we have added that call function on click me. Okay, on click me button. So when you click on that, we'll have the data. So right now we don't have any transaction history data here, and all the data you can able to find the message no transaction found, result is empty, and all the details. Okay, so this is what we're going to use it. So what we can do, simply cut this one and we'll take the another variable. So let me take a block, dynamic block, and I will take a variable called inner data, and inside the inner data we have to get the data. Okay, so what we can do, we have to take the response. Inside the response we have a data, and data inside the data we have a result. Okay, so we have to get the results, and that's what we are trying to access here. And now we have to set that result into our internal transaction by address, and we have to pass it. So all the data which is there in the result we can easily able to access in internal by address. Okay, so same thing we have to do, and so here we have made our API call for the internal transactions. Let's console log this and let me show you. So let's console log the transaction history, and let's come to the browser and let's call the functions. And here you can see right now we have an empty transactions, and we have not connected with this application. That's why I say no account, and right now the length is 0. Okay, so our function is working absolutely fine, and here we have to do the changes. So it's going to be a result. Okay, inside there we have the data, and just wait, click that, and here we have no data. Okay, this one is working fine. Now let's start to the next API call. So EtherScan API ERC20 token. Okay, we'll take the Axios, we'll use the get method, and we can come and simply try scroll down and get the API. It's in entire this URL point, format it. So let me do it very quickly. So copy the API and paste it here. And you can do one thing, you can change the URL as well. So we need to take the response, same convention we have to follow. Take a dynamic block const, this will call token ERC20, and response dot data, and we have a result. Let's set that result into our ERC20 token use state, okay, and pass it. So this data is available right up there. Now let's go to the next API call. This will call a like Ether API minded block by address. Okay, we'll get the XCS call, and let's come back here EtherScan and simply copy the entire URL. So this is, so not this one, this part, okay, copy and paste here and format the URL. Simply change the account on top also ERC20 token, and let's come here, and here we have to change the account, okay, account, and here we have to provide the token. So we have to first get the response. So response, we have to take a variable, this will call block minded by address, and here we have to response that. So response dot data dot result, inside that we have all the results, and simply set that result to our block minded by address and pass that block minded by address. Okay, so right now this data is available in our block, simply paste it. Okay, so this is our block minded API call. Now let's move to the next API. This time we have to pass EtherScan API block range. We have to take the XCS, and this we have to pass the API. So let's come up here, and this time we are looking for the block by range. Okay, simply paste here, format the URL. So here we have to provide our token ID, simply change the token ID, and here we have to change the token ID, and here we don't need to pass the account. Okay, you don't need to pass account details. So here you can see we don't have to pass any account details. So general convention we have to follow same, then response, and the data is available inside that. We have to change the name to transaction by block range, and this is the data is already available in that. Let's come down to the next API call. So ERC21 token will get the access, and in that we're going to pass the API endpoint. So this is 21, copy and paste here, format that URL, copy the URL and simply paste here, paste the account. Okay, and simply come here, copy this token part and make a then, and here we have to do a couple of changes. So first one is 21, and this one is also 21, and this one is also 21. The response would be the same. Okay, now let's come here. Now let's make the second token, so which is a 1155, and we have to do the XCS call and come here and simply copy this, paste here, format the URL, copy that, paste it, paste the account, copy this, paste here, and we have to change that. So 1155 and 1155, 1155. So this one is 55. Okay, so 155. So here we have the third token. So we have here, we are making all the API calls, as you can see, all the API calls. First we get the transaction history, then we are getting the internal transaction, then 22 token, then minded block, then we are getting the block range, then we get 21, then we are getting 15, sorry, 1115. So all the API calls we are making here. Okay, and here we are getting the error. So let's type a message, something went wrong in API call. Okay, so we can know that this error is coming from here. So let's come up here and let's see. So what is it? Block set block range transaction is not set. Okay, so we made some mistake. So let's copy this part and let's come up here and let's see. And we have to pass here. Okay, and here we have to pass as a props. So first account history, and we'll pass account history, and then we have to pass the total transaction. This. Okay, now we have to take a internal by history and we have to pass that props. Then we have to take the ERC20 token and we have to pass that 21. We have to pass 21. We have to pass the 55. So here we are passing as a props inside our table, and here we have to pass the account data and account data, our callback functions. Okay, so everything is working fine. We are passing as a prop into our tab, and let's pass the minded block address. Simply paste here. Let's pass the range transactions, and that would going to be the range as well. So here we have all the props which is going inside the table. Okay, so let's come up here, and still we are doing something wrong. Set block range transaction is not set. So we have set passing into our table, but we are not setting it, I think so. So let's copy this, come down, and here we have to do the changes. Okay, let's scroll down. So here we have our block range. This is the transactions, and now so now everything's looking great. Let's come back to our CSS. Okay, so let me set this one. So let's come out, let's get the first account div, and width is going to be in 95%, 0 auto, position relative. Then get the container, width is going to be 70%, margin 0 auto, and position is going to be relative. Box will have a display flex, will have a gap 1 ram, justify content space between, align item center, will have a margin block 2 ram, background color our second primary, then color is going to be white, border radius is going to be 0.5 ram, overflow hidden. Get down and let's get the account. So let's come up here, and here we have an account, so this one. Okay, so let's come here. So let's make it false. Okay, so we can see the part we are designing. So let's make it false, and let's make this false also, loading false also. So we'll have our button here. You can see here we can able to see our main container. Okay, so we'll say display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 1 ram, and align item is going to be center, box span is going to be margin left 1 ram, font width is going to be 6%, sorry 600, and color is going to be our second primary color. Then honor padding 0.5 ram and 1 ram. Align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 ram, margin right is going to be 0.8 ram, honor p 0.5 ram 1 ram, and background color is going to be our primary color. Align item center, border radius is going to be 0.5 ram, font width is going to be 700, display flex, and let's add this comment over view box. Okay, So let's zoom out. So this is the one we are going to target. Okay, so overview dev, so not that one. Let's copy this box and box, and display grid template column 2 fr 1 fr, gap 1 ram, line height 1, font size 14 pixels, overview. Background color is going to be, let's say, our second primary color is going to be white, padding is going to be 0.5 ram, font size 14 pixels. Let's refresh that, and here we are getting that box. Okay, now let's get the box overview title. So let's make on full screen, and this is how it's look. Okay, okay, so let's start working on that. Let's come up here, zoom out a bit, and here we have the honor. I think something's wrong. Okay, let's start working on this. So display flex, justify content space between, align item center, border 1 pixel solid, our primary color. Here we have that border. Now let's get the minor, border 1 pixel solid, primary color, padding 1.5 ram, border radius 0.5 ram, account. Let's come up here and account balance. Okay, this would be display flex, justify content space between, align item center, margin right is going to be 2 ram, account value. So right now we don't have that. Okay, I think I'm missing one thing. We have the balance, but I haven't added that value part. Okay, let's keep it this way. We're going to add that later. So let's continue styling. So color, it's gonna be a background color, this. Then we have to add a padding 0.5 ram, border radius 0.5 ram, save it. We have the branding. Background color is going to be our second primary color, is going to be white, padding 0.5 ram, border radius is going to be 0.5 ram, text align center, line height 1.3, btn container, and let's come here and let's go up. So here we have the btn button. So let's start styling that part. So margin is going to be bottom 4 ram, position relative, text align center, margin top is going to be 4 ram. So right now we can see the bottom because we need to hide that. Okay, so what we can do, let's come here in our account page, and here we have to do the changes. So let's make this true. Okay, let's make both the true. So here we have our button. Okay, this part we are styling. So button container h1, font size is going to be 4 ram, and line height is going to be 1, color is going to be white, so it's look quite big. Okay, we're going to fix it for the mobile, don't need to worry. And let's target the loading, and let's come up here, scroll down, simply scroll down, and let's make this false, our button part. Let's open the loading part. Okay, copy this, let's style that. So background color is going to be our second primary, padding is going to be 0.45 ram, color is going to be white, background radius is going to be 0.5 ram, position absolute, top is going to be 50%, left is going to be 50%, transform translate -50%, -50%. Okay, so this is how it will look. Something's wrong with the image. Okay, let's come here. This one is looking fine. We have loading, we have width, and let's refresh that. Still we have the same problem. Okay, that's 50, 100. Let's make it 100. Still it's looking same. So here what I have done, I have duplicated the account balance, and here I provided the account value. Okay, here we're going to display the value, and on top we're going to display the balance. Okay, so I have duplicated the simple account balance, and let's come here and let's provide the display is going to be flex, and simply so come here, go to the global CSS, and let's make it position. Type position. Position is gonna be relative. Okay, copy this and come to our app here, and let's assign that. Remove this div, and here let's assign the class position. Okay, still we are getting the same problem, it's not solving. So here we are in our account file, and let's display flex justify content space between align item center, and here we have margin left 2 ram. Okay, so this is for the value. We have a 2 container, one is for balance and one is for value. Okay, this is for button, this is one is loading. Everything's looking good on the loading section. Let me format all these. Let's add the media query. So and max width is going to be, let's say, 35 em. First we'll target the account div. It will have a width 100%, and container will have a width of 95%. We'll have a button container h1. It will have a font size going to be 2.5 ram, and remove this one, come down. Box is going to be display grid, and overflow is going to be hidden. Let's come down, target the box span. This will have a margin left is going to be 0, and let's get the account flex. Direction is going to be column, and padding top is going to be 1 ram, gap 0. Account paragraph, sorry, p, it's gonna be margin top is going to be 1 ram, and text align is going to be center, and honor is going to be padding and inline 2 ram. Let's get the overview box grid template column 1 fr. So let's come here and simply we have to do the changes here. So make it true, both the things, save it, reload the browser, and here you can see, here we have the button, but this button is not style, and here we have the data, and this part and this part we have to do the changes. Okay, so let's come up here and we have to simply so overview title, and this one is overview title. Okay, simply remove this part. So right now we don't have that, as you can see, looking good. And here we have to provide the border radius 0.5 ram, so we'll have this radius, and let's assign padding 1 ram left and right. Okay, our ram, so here we have some space. Now this value is not looking good, so what we can do, come to the box, let's come to the account. I say margin left is going to be 1 ram, so here we have the margin on the address, and let's remove this one. This balance is not looking good, so simply account value, simply select this and replace this one, and both are looking great. So they are in one line, in one div, and here we have to change the title. So this one is value, so here we have reload the browser, and here let's click here, and let's come here and let's add a open btn and let's style the button. Okay, so background is going to be our second primary, border is going to be none, padding is going to be 1 ram and 2 ram, and border radius is going to be 0.2 ram. Font size is going to be 1.5 ram, and font width is going to be, let's say, 7, and cursor, pointer, and color is going to be white. So just refresh the browser, and here we have our button. Click on this, we have this loader, and here we are. Just wait, where we have the loader. Let's click here one more time, come here, it's loading, and here we are getting, it's looking perfect. Top section is looking great. Here we have the data. So as you can see, we are getting the name of the account, so f2 pool.eth, and displaying all the name, and this is the balance. So right now we are not displaying the balance, but we have to display that. Okay, so we can do it. Let's come back to our code editor, go to the account, and here we can do one thing. So here we have to change that to height. Okay, I got the, because the loader was not working because I have written hidden instead of height. So let's reload that. Reload that and reload the browser, and now our loader is working fine. So instead of height I have written hidden, so make sure you do the changes there. And it's loading. Let's refresh it one more time, click it, and loading. Just wait, and here we have the data, we have the name of the account, we have the address, and but the balance are not showing because we are not displaying that. Okay, so what we can do, so make sure you have to change the height. Okay, I've miswritten, I have written hidden, so that's why I had the loader was not working fine. Make sure you type height instead of hidden. Okay, now what we can do, we have to display the balance and converted balance. Okay, so let's do here, let's do one thing. Here we have the balance, here we are converting the balance. Let's come up here, and here we haven't set the balance. Okay, so let's copy this, and let's come down, and here we are getting the name, we are getting the account, and here we are doing the API calls. Let's get the balance. Okay, so get account balance. Okay, details. So we're going to take another variable called const account balance, and we have to use our provider. So as you can see, let's come up here, and let's take a wait, and we have to take the provider get balance, and we have to pass the account name. So here we have the provider, and that provider we are using, and simply passing that account. So let's call show balance, and we have to convert the balance into ether. Okay, so utils format ether, and we have to pass the account balance. So we'll get the converted balance, and now we have to set the balance. Okay, we have to set the balance, so now it would be working fine. Okay, so here we are, come to the browser and refresh it, give a API call, wait, and just a moment, this will reload the data, and here we are getting the data. As you can see, we are getting the balance, and we are getting the converted balance into a dollar. So both things are working fine, and now we have to start working on the table. So we are done with the first part. Okay, so let's come up here, and here we have done with the table sections. Close all this, come to the, close this one, come to the this part, come to the component sections, and open the table. Okay, so now let's start working on the table. Okay, so before we start working on the table, we have to import couple of things. So let's import that. So we need use state, use effect, we need to import our icons, fa filter, and this is coming from React icons, fa ai fill I, and this one is coming from React icon ai. We have to import the link as well, so this is coming from next link, and let's import the transaction from transaction. Okay, And now we have to import the internal from coming from internal. So we have to import all the components. Okay, we have to import the ERC20 from, so token from ERC20 token. So we are importing all the components. So 21 we have to import. We have to import the one ERC20 1155, sorry, 1155, and which is coming from ERC1155 token. So here we have all the components. Now let's import the rest. So this one is minded by block, coming from minded by block. Import block range from block range. So here we have all the components which we're going to use inside this table. Okay, and each component will contain different data. So inside this we have to pass the, so let's come back here to our pages account, and here we have passed all these props. So we have to receive that props here. So first one is going to be account history. So let's copy this one and simply paste here account history. Then second one is total transaction, paste here total transactions. Then we have a internal by address. Then we have a ERC20, paste it. Then we have a ERC21, ERC1155. Now we have a data, account data. Now we have a block by transaction address, and the final one is block transaction range. So here we have all the props which we have passed, and that's what we are receiving here inside the table. Okay, so now let's come here, let's take a couple of states. So first one is going to be history account, and it's gonna be true because we want to open and close. That's why we are taking use this use state. Okay, now let's come to the account address internal transaction. Okay, this would be false. Now let's take another one which is called open ERC20. This would be false. Let's take another use state. This would be address by minded block. This would be also false. Now let's come to take another one. So this will be transaction block range block, and this will call false. Now take the another use state. This will call open ERC21, false. Use state open ERC115 is gonna be false. So here we have taken all these state, and we're going to use this state to create a tab function. So initially our account history tab is open and the rest is closed, so we're going to create the tab. That's why I'm setting up this stage. Okay, for each component we'll take another const, and this will call tab, and we'll take an arrow function. Inside that we're going to pass the event, and this will call button, sorry, button text, and we have to get that e.target dot inner text. Okay, so this function will help us to give the text of the component of the button, and on the base of that we're going to switch between different tabs. Okay, so before do that, let's write the JSX. Okay, so let's delete this return instantly, and we're going to take a div. It will have a class called style, and this will call table. Inside the table we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot table head. Inside that we'll take a button, and we'll have a class called btn, and we'll have a on click property on that, and in that we're going to call the function. So we're going to call the tab function. Okay, tab, and we have to pass the event, and let's call it this transaction. Okay, simply what we have to do, repeat it couple of times. So just repeat this, and we have to change the text. So this will call inner internal, and this will call transaction. This will call mind. This will call ERC20. This will call ERC21 and ERC11555. So here we have got all the buttons, and we have a on click event on this. So these are the button and how it's look. And now we have to take another div, and we'll have a, let's say, class called number of transaction. And here we're going to just take the icon, so filter icon, and here we have to display the latest transaction, that how many transactions this account has done, and we are displaying the 10 out of total. Okay, and here we go to display the total transaction. Okay, total transaction, the value we have here, that's receiving here, and that's we're going to display here. Okay, so let's refresh. Here we have the text button, and let's come here and then render our, and now we have to render each component, and for that we have to write a if statement. Okay, so here I'm using ternary operator. So account history, if account history is there, tab is open, then we have to render this account transaction. Okay, we'll have a handle click, and we have to pass that account data event, and in that we'll pass the data account history. So this component will have the data. Okay, transaction will have the data. Okay, now else we want to do nothing, empty. Okay, so let me repeat what I have done. I have taken the history count, and I have set that if statement on that. If that is open, okay, if it's open, then we have to render the transaction component, and in that we are setting the props, so we can receive that props in that transaction component. Okay, so we are sending the props as a click, handle click event, and we are sending the data. So these are the two things they are doing, and we have to write the same thing for others. So let's get the address internal transaction, and we're going to render the internal component, and here we have to set the props, so internal by address, and we have to send the data, else we have to send the callback function as well. So account data, and otherwise we want to do something, nothing. And same thing I have to do for the open ERC20, and this will render the open20 token, and in this will pass the prop, so ERC20, and we have to, otherwise it would be empty. Okay, now let's get the address by minded block, and we have to render the block range. We have to pass the props, block range by transaction, and we have to pass the transaction, and it will have a handle click functions, account data, else empty. Okay, so let's close this one. Still we are getting an error. Now it's looking fine. Let's come down. We have to take another dynamic block, open ERC21. We have to render the component ERC20, and we have to pass the 21. In that we have to pass the props 21, and it will have a handle click which is called account data. So it's looking good, and here we have to, else we have to do nothing. That's fine. So we are getting some sort of error, so let me cut this from here and paste here. Okay, no, let's cut from here and paste here. That's okay. Now we have to take one more dynamic block for another token, and we want to render our component. We have to send the props, we have to send the handle click, account data, and else we want to do nothing. Okay, nothing. So let's cut this and simply paste here. So here we have our another token. So here we have all the components which we are rendering one by one. So this is the block range 20 token, and all this working fine. Let's key here. Okay, we are missing something, transaction range block. So we are missing this. So let's come down. Okay, let's create that. So transaction block range, and we want to render the block range, pass the data, block range, and here we have to send the props, block range transactions, and we have to add a handle click called block range data. And let's come here and simply change this. Okay, So this I think I have added twice. Let's come here and let's provide this empty, and this component we have to change. Okay, so this will be minded block, and here we have to change as well. So this will call minded block, and here we have to change minded by address. As you can see here, we have all the tabs. If we click, nothing is happening. Okay, nothing is happening. The first one is open, that's why we can able to see that. And let's console log out the click event. Okay, the one we have added on the button. So let's console log out that button text, and let's inspect element, and let's click on this, and let's click on the button. As you can see, mine ERC20 transaction, ERC15 internal transaction. So our function is working fine. So we have to get all the text. On the base of that, we have to open and close the tab. So if button text is deeply equal to transaction, so simply select and paste here. Then we want to set the history account true, and the rest of the other components should be false. So set account internal transaction false, set address by minded block false, set open 55 false, set 20 false, and set 21 false. So all the components should be false. Only one component would be open at a time. Okay, so that's what I want. Let's copy this and let's see. Let's paste here, select and set, select one more time, and false. Okay, so this is the first if statement. Now let's write the second. So we have to write it for each of these component. Okay, so I will go a little faster here. Okay, so same internal, and simply copy the entire sections and paste here. Like simply change this to false and change this to true. Okay, so when the text is internal, we have to open the internal component, and the so on. Let's copy this, paste here, copy the entire and paste here. This would be true, and this one is false. Now simply else if button text is deeply equal to minded, then we have to simply copy this all, paste here, and false, and this one is also true. If else if button is equal to ERC21, then we have to open that component, select all, paste, and simply change this to false, and this one is true. Now else if button text is deeply equal to ERC21, this part, okay, then we want to render this component. So false, sorry, true, and this one is false. If our is the ERC2055, then we have to render this component. Simply select this all and paste, and change this to false, true, and this one is going to be false. So here we have the entire if statement for our tabs. Okay, so now let's come here. Now let's click on the tab. As you can see, internal, block range, minded block, ERC20, and all the tabs is working fine. All the tab is working fine. Okay, now we have to design the tabs and display the data. Okay, so our tab system is working. Now let's come back. So what we have done, we have imported all the tabs, and here we have written all the JSX part. Okay, all the JSX part. Here we have to pass the data. Okay, ERC20, and this one is 20. So now it's looking good. And here we have to do one more changes. So let's scroll down and let's see. We have to change the component. Okay, this one is fine. This and 20. Okay, here this one 21. So now we are calling all the components and passing the props. So everything is working fine. Now let's come here in the table section and let's start styling it. So first we'll tag the table. Background color is going to be our second primary color, F1 F836. color white, padding 1.5 RAM, 2 RAM from left and right, and margin block is going to be 1 RAM, so 1 RAM. Font size is going to be 12 pixels, Z index is going to be 2000, sorry, and let's get the template head, and display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 1 RAM, align item center, border bottom 1 pixel solid, and our primary color. Padding bottom 1.5 RAM, so this is how it will look, you can see. Then we have a BTN, background color is going to be transparent, border 0, color our primary, font width 700, cursor pointer, transition all 0.2 millisecond, easy. So we have this nice color. Button over effect, color is going to be white, and let's get the button of transaction. So here we have the button. Let's come up here, and this is the one. Okay, so display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 1.5 RAM, data table, display is going to be grid template column 15, repeat 16, 1FR, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. Font size 10 pixels, overflow X is going to be auto, let's come down, table tab, and we need to get the scroll bar, and width is going to be 1 RAM, data table, webkit, scroll behavior track is going to be, let's say, border radius 1 RAM, cursor pointer, data table, webkit, scroll bar track, and this will have a background color to our primary color. Outline is going to be 1 pixel solid and slate gray, this is the color, and let's say border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Get the table title, paragraph, and let's come up here, so this is the paragraph we want to target. Okay, font size 12 pixels, font width is going to be 700, color is going to be primary, transaction hash, display is going to be flex, align item center, gap 1.5 RAM. Let's get the to link, cursor pointer, color is going to be our primary color. Let's target the EtherScan 20 token, and it will have a story class, and text align is going to be center, and we need to add media query. So let's come down, and max width is going to be 35 em. Let's go for 35, and let's get the table head. So display is going to be grid template, column repeat 3, 1FR, save it, and we have a justify content is going to be start, align item is going to be center. Okay, the changes are not taking place. Okay, not a big deal. Let's come down, get the table overflow X auto, no changes are taking place. Let's see, we have our loader, and here we are getting the details, but still these tabs are not displaying in 3 columns. Okay, so let's come here. Here we have a table head, and let's simply copy this and let's simply paste it. Okay, I think we have to provide the space, and let's come up here. So this one is okay, no problem here. Let's change this one, and here we have to provide a space. Sorry, it was, so the problem we had is that we haven't provided this space between and. Okay, so that's why the styling was not taking place. So right now it's looking fine, and we can easily over to and see everything's looking great. This is our title, header sections, and let's close all that because we are done with that. Now open this and let's go to this transaction sections, and let's start designing this part. Okay, so before we start working on the transaction JSS part, let's import couple of things. So we need to import our icons. So AI fill eyes, it is coming from React icon / AI. Then we have to import link, which is coming from next link. Then we have to do internal import. So internal import, and it's first thing we have to import the style, which is coming from /table.module CSS, and pass except the props. Okay, so the props we have passed. So first we need to receive the history, account history. Let's come back to table and let's scroll down, and here you can see here we have passed the props. So simply copy and paste here, and account data and paste here. So not account data, let's come here, handle click we have to copy and simply paste here. So here we're receiving the props, and we're going to render the data which we have inside the account history. Okay, so let's simply remove this. Let's take a instant return, and we have to take a, let's say it will have a class list called data table. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot column. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class name called style dot table title. Inside that we'll have a paragraph. It will call txn and transaction hash, and we'll come out of the div. It will take another div, and this will have a class called style dot table info. Inside that will render our dynamic block. So we have our account history. On that we're going to run a map, so lm index, and it's going to be instant to return. So we'll take a div, we have to close it, and we have to take a class. It will have a key I+1, and inside that we'll take a class as well. So style dot transaction hash, and in that we're going to render our icon, so AI fill I, and then we have to render the data hash. Okay, so we'll use this slice to short the address, and we have to wrap inside the bracket. Okay, and 0 to 35, and that dot dot dot. Okay, let's save it. Let's come back here, and here you can see here we have all the data which is there, and let's click here transaction. Here we have all the data, means our API call is working, and we can easily able to pass the data into our transactions. Let's click here, click on this, and here we have the data. So everything is working fine, and in the same way we have to render all the details of the transaction. Okay, so let's come down. What we can do, simply copy this part. So copy this from column container and simply paste it. Copy this column container and paste it, and here we have to change the date to method. This one is method, and here we have to change that to transfer. Okay, let's close this one, paste this one more time, and this will call, let's say, block, and here we have to do the changes. So here we have to change the paragraph. Okay, so let's open this one, and here from here we have to remove the icons, because the icon only we want to display in the first element. Okay, we have to remove in the same second block section as well. So remove all this, and we want to render the link. Okay, href, and here we have to provide the path name, and we want to provide the block page, and here we have to pass the query dot, the query is block number. Okay, block number. Inside that we'll take a anchor tag, and inside this we'll pass the, we have a on click function, and here we have to pass the function. So this function we have to pass handle click, and here we have to pass the number, so lm dot block number. So whenever they will click, we can easily able to redirect to the next page, and we'll get the data. Okay, so here we have the box, and let's wrap this entire thing into a p tag. Okay, so let's have a class style dot to link, and simply cut this and paste and wrap inside this. Okay, now it's looking great. Again we have to do one same thing. We have to select this part and copy and paste here. Okay, let's do it couple of times. So let's change this to timestamp, in timestamp we don't need to have this links. Okay, simply remove this one, and here we can simply display the timestamp. Close this one, copy and paste, and we have to change the text to from, and here it will be from slice, and we have to only 10 characters we want to display. Okay, let's close this, copy, this one is going to be 2, and here we have to type 2, but we have to redirect to a account page. Okay, so what we can do, let's come up here, open this part, not this block section, and copy this link element. Okay, let's come down, and here we have to pass it, and here we have to do a changes to our query. So this is going to be 2 slice 0 to 10 dot dot, and instead of block number we have to say 2. So this is our the 2 sections. Simply close this one, copy one more time, and change this text to value, and here we want to display the value. Okay, so let's simply remove this part and cut this part as well, and here you can type value and slice dot 0 to 5 dot dot, because there is a big number 000 something, so we want to say display only 5 characters. Do the same thing for the gas price, and here we have to pass the gas price, close it, copy and paste, and this time it's gonna be block hash. Simply remove this to block hash, and this time we want to display 10, copy and paste, and this time we want to have a confirmation. Okay, confirmation, here we have to change this to confirmation, close this, paste, this will be cumulative gas, and here we have to type cumulative gas used. Close this one, paste, this one is gassed, and this one is also gas. Close this one, and here we have the data. So let's remove this to gas used, and here we have to change this as well. So gas used, close this one, this would be nuance nonce, NONEC nonce, and here we have to type the same. Close this one, take another one, and this will call index, and here we have to pass index as well in transaction index. Okay, come here, paste one more time, this will be your status, sorry, and this one also call txr received status. Okay, transaction received as status. So these are the all function which all the things, all the details. So just click here, and here you can see we are getting some sort of error. Okay, so we are getting some error. So let's comment out of this and let's try to find it out what's the problem. Okay, we made some mistakes, that's why we are getting this error. So let's come back here, everything's working fine. Let's come here, click on this and let's reload that. Okay, we made some mistake. So let's do one thing, select all this and comment out, and let's refresh that. So click on this. So here we are getting the data, first two, like hash and transfer method is working. Let's make this side by side so we can see what's going on. So here things are looking great. What we can do, let's go back, okay, and comment individually. Okay, just comment, not all, select all, but instead of selecting all, select one by one. Okay, select this, then select this, comment individually. Okay, this part, comment this one, comment this one, comment this one, comment this, select this this one, this one, this one, and this one. No, till then we have to commit this one, this one, this one, and the final one is this. Okay, so let's reload the page and let's see. Click on this, and here you can see we have the transaction hash, we have the status, so we are getting this three data, so there is no problem in that. Okay, this, let's uncomment this one and let's save it and let's try to see. So we have our index, so this one is also fine. Let's go to this another one, nuance one. So this one is also fine, working fine, no errors there. Let's comment out this, and gas used also working fine, no problem in that. Now we have to check the gas is also working fine, cumulative gas, and here it's working fine. Now let's come here in the confirmation. So confirmation is also fine. Let's go to the block hash is also working fine. Now let's go to the gas price. So gas price is also good. Now let's come here in the value. So value is also good, no problem in value. Here we have the link, so let's come to 2. Okay, we have the problem in the link. So link is the one which creating the problem, so let's fix that. So I was going through the entire code and I was looking at what went wrong in my code and why we are not getting the desired result, and I found that I made this silly mistake. So here, instead of using React and Next.js linked, I used normal link. So all I have to do is to simply make this Next.js link, and let's come back, and here you can see, let's refresh the browser and let's wait. It's reloading, and here we have reload the page. Now everything's working fine. Let's go to the home section, and everything's looking fine. Here we have the latest transaction, latest blocks. Let's click on this, let's reload the data, and here we have our entire data. So account details, address, everything's working fine, and here you can see that we can able to see all the transactions. Okay, so let me scroll down, and here you can able to see all the transaction. Let me scroll and show you. So this is the transaction hash, and this is the transfer method, and this is 2, this is the value, this is the gas fee, this is the cumulative gas, and all these data we are getting and displaying here. Let's click on this, and here we are in internal transaction. So our tab system is also working, so everything is working fine. Let's back to our code and let's uncomment this part, and here we have our data. Let's uncomment the timestamp, and let's uncomment this block, and let's come back, let's open this as well, and let me correct the spelling, it's method. Let's click on this, and again we are getting this error. So let's come back and let's try to figure it out. So again we have to do the changes in the link, and let's click here, Here we have the data, so all the data we can able to display in the tran tablet. So this is the entire code for the transaction tab. Okay, so we have written all this code for that. Let's close this one, let's close this. Let's simply come here, close this part as well, and just wait. Let's close this here and let's go to our like internal transactions. Okay, so right now we are starting with the internal transactions. We have done with the transaction history and now we are moving to the internal transaction. So let's import couple of things from the React. So first one is going to be use state and use effect. The second import we'll have is our icon, so FAF filter, and it's coming from React icons slash FA. Again we have to import one more icons, which is AI fill I, and this is coming from React slash AI. We have to import link, and this is coming from next link. Now let's internal import. So import, we have to import our style sheets in this. So this is coming from our table, so we're going to use the same table style sheet in this internal transaction as well. Okay, because all the components, all the table components going to have the same structure, but we're going to display the number of data in different columns. Okay, everything will make sense. Okay, so let me bring this in quotes. Okay, so remove this. So here we have our style. So let's come back here, let's go to the table, and from here we have to receive the props. So let's copy this one, come here and paste this, and we have to paste the take the action as well. So handle click functions, and let's bring it here. So this is the function. Now let's remove this, let me zoom in, and here we're going to take a div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it data table. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot column, and inside that we're going to take another div. It will have a style dot table title. Inside that we're going to take a p tag, and it will have a hash. And let's come out of that div and take another div. It will have a class called table info. Inside that we'll take a dynamic block and internal by address, and we have to map over the address. Okay, so we'll take a, let's say, div, close it. It will have a class. So first it will provide the key, and then we'll provide the class. So the class would be going to like trade transaction hash. Then we'll take our icon. So this is the icon. So let's correct this spelling. So here we have the icon. Now let's take the paragraph, and here we're going to display the hash of the transaction, and we have to use this slice method. So we can display only 35 characters of the address, not more than that. So this is the column, and we are getting some error. So let's come and reload the page. Still we are getting the same error. Okay, it's coming from the icon. So let's come here. It's look good, no problem in that, but still we are getting the error. Let's remove this and let's import once more time. So this time we'll call it AI fill I, and this is coming from React icon slash AI. Okay, let's come back and let's try to reload the page. So here we are, and now still we are getting the same error. So this time from map. Okay, so it's related to our data. So now we have solved the problem of the icon, and now the error we are getting is related to the data, related to our API data. Okay, so what we can do, let's come here. So here we have that internal transaction. We are looping over it, and we are rendering the data right here. Everything's look good here. Okay, so this look good. Let's remove this one, and let's try to simply write it one more time. Hash slice 035 dash dash, and let's have a look. That's so again we are getting the same error. Let's get back, let's check here. So here we have that internal transaction by address, and from here we are passing the props into our internal component. Okay, so let me console log this. console log the data and try to find out what's the problem. Let's do the inspect element and let's reload it. So here you can see that we don't have the data, so the data is empty, but the moment we are clicking we are getting this error. So we don't have data actually. Okay, we don't have the data. So close this one and let's continue working on the JSX part. We'll see that what's the problem is happening. Definitely this problem is taking place in the API. So we're going to look to that. Let's start focusing. So let's continue with the table, okay, the JSX part, and we're going to check when we render the data. Okay, so let's call it block number, and here we don't need the icon. Simply remove this one, and here we're going to take a link and it will have a href attribute, and here we have to provide the path, and the path is going to be to block, and here we have to give the query, and the query, inside the query will pass the block number. Okay, we have to pass the block number. Inside that we're going to take an anchor tag and it will have a block number. Okay, block number. So this is the data we have. Let's come down and let's keep working. Remove the icon. Let's change this to trace ID, and here we have to display the ID. So we type trace TRACE ID. Let's close this one. Let's close this as well. Simply come here, copy this one, bring down, change this to timestamp, and you guys know the drill. Okay, so I'll go a little faster. Let's close this one, bring down. Here we have to change from, and let's open this because here we have to display the link, redirect to the account page, so we have to change that. Inside that we're going to take the link, and here we're going to redirect to the account page, and here we have to display the address. So this one is from. Okay, we have to slice it so we don't display the entire address. And here we're going to have a on click functions, and on that on click function we're going to call our handle click. Okay, so this is the form. Let's copy this part and bring it down. Simply change this to 2, and here we have to simply 2, and we have to use the slice, and we want to display only 10. Close this one, bring it down, change this to value. This will also value, and we have to slice this down to 10 characters. Close this one, take one more. This will call gas used, timestamp. Here we have to say gas used. Okay, close this one, take one more. This will call is error, and here we have to pass the same thing, is error. Close this one, come down. Here we have to display the gas, close. So here we have all the data which we want to display on our internal transaction tab. Okay, so let's come here and let's see, reload the page. Are we getting the still same error? Let's have an API call. It's reloading, and here you can see we have all the data in the transaction, but we are getting the error in our internal transactions. Okay, so let's cut this and let's open the terminal and restart the application, and let's see, reopen the application. So here you can see that our application looking fine, everything's working on the home page. So this is the balance, this is the latest block, latest transaction, everything's working fine. Let's click on the account, data is loading. Let's bring here, and we have the data, and let's click on the internal. Still we are getting the same error, so we have problem in our API call. Okay, so what we can do, let's just try to bring that into this bracket. Okay, so simply bring this inside the bracket. Okay, and now let's reload the page once more time. Let's have an API calls, click on internals, and this time we are not getting the error, but we don't have the data. And that means that our JSX is working fine in the tab section, but there is some issue with our API calls. We are rendering the data, we are rendering the titles and everything all, but we are not rendering the data, so we have to fix that. Okay, so it's working, but we don't have the data in the internal. Let's come back, let's click on the other account to see that. Okay, so we don't have the data in this account as well. Okay, you can see we don't have the data here. So I was really stuck. I wasted almost half an hour looking for the problems, and I found that I made a wrong API call. Okay, so the URL for this internal transaction was wrong, and this one is the correct one. Okay, so this is the API which you have to include to get the internal transaction. Okay, so this is the API you have to go to, and this is the API for the internal. Let's come here, and this is the API which you have to copy. Okay, get a list of internal transaction by address, and instead of this endpoint I was using something else by mistakes, and that's why I was not getting the data. Okay, so make sure you use this one to fetch the data, and that's what I have done here. I have put the account and I have added the API key, and that's how we are rendering the data. Okay, so here we are setting the data and we are getting the response. Let's come back, and here you can see, let's come here, let's come back down, let's have an API call, and here you can see we are getting the data, and inside that we have all the data, as you can see, timestamp to trace ID, type, value, all the data we have inside this, and that's what we have rendered on our front end. Okay, and the JSX part we have written. Okay, so this gas value, everything is working fine. And let's come here, transaction, and here you can see we can easily able to switch, and the data is also displaying perfectly. Okay, let's come back here. So make sure you fix this issue, change the URL of your API with this, and the rest thing is going to be the same. And let's remove this one, let's close this tab, and let's close this one, because we are done with the internal transaction. Now we have to work on other tab as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's go to the minded block. So this is the one tab we are going to work right now. So let's import couple of things. So first thing is going to be image, and this is going to be next image. Let's import like our icon. So filter from React f/fa. Then we have to import our AI. Fill I is also coming from React icon. We have to import link, next link. We have to internal import. So import style from /tab module CSS, and we have to import our internal file, all the file which we need for working on our minded block. Okay, and let's come here and let's grab the props and simply pass inside this. Okay, all the data, simply remove this. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style. Just remove this one. We'll have a div. Inside that div we're going to render dynamic block. We'll say if the block length is dpd equal to 0, then we're going to render this div. Okay, inside the div we'll simply take a class and we'll say sorry, and here we're going to display our message. So sorry, there is no data available. Okay, else there is a data, then we have to render the actual data templates. Okay, so we'll have a class called style.data table, and inside that we're going to take another div. It will have the style dot column. Inside that we'll take another div, and it will have a class called style dot table title. Inside that we're going to type our paragraphs, block number, and in that we'll render the data. Okay, so let's come out of that and we'll take another div. It will have a class and it will call table info. Inside that we'll render another our dynamic block, and here we're going to render our data, actual data. We'll take a div, it will have a key, and it will also have a class called trans hash So the same thing we have to repeat here. Okay, we'll take our icons and then we take the paragraph, and it will have a class called toLink, and here we're going to render the link. Okay, so it's a Next.js link, and here we're going to add a href attribute. So path name is going to be our block. Okay, and the query is going to be, and it's going to be lm.block. Okay, so query is also going to be the block number. Okay, so let's close this tab, copy this, and simply paste one more time, and all we have to do is to replace the data. So this will call a block reward. We don't need the link, and we don't need these classes as well. We have to simply display the reward, block the reward. Okay, though this is, and we have to use the slice method because we want to shorten the address, so 10 characters is enough. Okay, close this one, copy and paste, simply change this to timestamp, and here we have to simply close this one, and let's come up here. So we are done with the data. Okay, so let's come back here, let's click on, and let's see whether we have the data or not. So these tabs are working and this is working, but we don't have the data. It's minded block. Okay, minded block. So still we are getting some error here. So we have an error. So type is invalid, expected string, and we are returning something else. Let's console log this out. Let's come here, and here we are getting bunch of error. So let me zoom out a bit. Let's go up here and let's try to find. So we are making this mistake, so we have to say trans hash. So let's correct the spelling. So that's okay. Remove the icons, and let's remove this as well. So it will call only a timestamp. Okay, let's come back, do the request and do this. Still we are getting the same error in the minded block section. So let's come here, let's remove this. So this is the part we have. This is okay. This is the first sections, and this is the second section, and this is the third sections. So all the sections are looking great, and let's console log out the data actual. So block minded by address. Let's come here, let's make the request, and let's open the, click on minded block, and here you can see we have the data. Okay, here we have the data, everything's working fine. As you can see, the reward. So we made a small spelling mistakes, and that's why we are getting this error, but right now everything's working fine. We can easily able to switch to different tabs. So now let me quickly close this one, open this one, go to the, let's say, internal transactions. Okay, come here. So let's come here in the block range and let's start working on this. Okay, so we are done with the internal transaction, we are done with the transaction history, we are done with the block minded by address. Now we are working on block range. So you guys know the drill, we have to import all the, so you guys know the drill, we have to import it. Okay, so let's come here, go to the transaction sections, and let's copy that. Okay, simply select this one, let's come here, just copy this part and open the block range and simply paste here, because the same code is going to be there. Okay, simply copy the style set and paste here. Come back to the table, and this is the props we have to receive in our, and what else we need? We need the function. Okay, so handle click, that's also we need to receive. So the stage is set. Let's come here. So simply remove, for the time being I just give this blank, and everything is working fine. Go to minded block and simply select that minded block, okay, JSX part. Come here, and that one you have to paste here. Okay, so it's going to have this similarity. We have to change this address, data address, and we have to do a couple of more changes here. So let's close this one and let's go to the transaction sections and copy this part, transaction, and come there. And actually we have to use the transaction one. Instead of using that, we should copy transaction, and that's what we're going to paste here. And here we're going to do the modification. Okay, so first thing, we have to change this to hash. Just remove the txs, and here it's okay. This method we don't need it, remove that simply. We need block, so this would be remain same. We need timestamp, we need from, we need to, we need value. So let's simply remove to gas used, and here we have to do the changes gas used, and this will call simply gas. And here we have to remove this one. Okay, we have to change this to input, and here we have to do the change to input. If there is no input, if there is an input, then we have to display the input, otherwise we can say no data. And we have to remove this to type, and here we have to type simply. We have the same gas here. Okay, so let's come down, let's see what are the other changes we have to do. So simply come here and type trace id instead of gas. Okay, trace id, and here we have the gas use, so simply select that and type is error, and here we have type is error. This one is going to be contract address, and here we have to take the contract address. So if there is an address, then we have to display the address, but if there is no address, we can say no address. Okay, now we don't need this to, simply close this and remove this one. So that's the JSX part we need for the block range, and I hope everything is working fine. Let's reload the browser, call an API, and let's change it. So we are getting an error, account history. Obviously we have to remove this account history. Let's come here, and here we have account history, so simply copy that and click find F, and here we have to replace all. Okay, I'm going a little fast because these are the normal drills you guys already know, because we have covered the transaction section, we have covered the internal transactions. So these are the repetitive portion of this project, so I'm going a little fast. Okay, so let's reload the browser and let's call that, and let's try to find the data. So everything's working, and here you can see we can easily able to switch, everything's working. So we have that block minded data as well. So right now we have to work on two, so we have to work on our ERC20 token. So our block range is also working fine. So simply come here, close this one, open this one, ERC20 token. Let's close this, open this one, and from here we're going to copy the same things. Okay, let's close this, copy this one, come here and simply paste, go there, go to the block range, and from there copy the entire thing, come back and paste the entire thing. So we have to do a couple of changes here. So here we're going to remove this part, and we'll come back to table, and here we're going to copy the props for the ERC20. So where is the ERC20? Yeah, this one. Copy the props and simply paste inside this. Here we have the props, and here we have to display the data of the 20 token. So let's copy and paste here. So simply paste the data. So the same transaction data you have to paste, and that's what I have done here. So here we have the details, and here we have to do the changes. So hash should be there, block number should be there, and this one is also has to be there, and form, it's okay. we should have two also, and we have gas used. So let's come here. We are getting that error. These tabs are working fine. We having all the data. Let's come to the transaction section, and we are in ERC20. Let's delete that. Okay, and let's come back to transaction and paste the transaction part. Okay, so remove this one, delete this one, and change this to gas used, and here we have to use gas used. Then change this to token name, and this will call token name. So simply change this to contract address, and this will also call contract address. If there is no contract address, if there is a contract address, then we have to display the address, otherwise no contract address. Okay, so let's come here, change this to input, and this one also input. This is here. Let's copy and paste, and here we go to display the symbol. Okay, this will call symbol, and let's come down and paste one more time, and we'll call decimal, and this will call decimal. Okay, so we have name, symbol, and decimal. Okay, so everything's working fine. Let's copy that and change this to ERC20. So okay, this might be working, and here you can see it's working fine. We are getting this, sorry, no data, so it's working fine. So this JSX part is also working. Let's convert this to H1. Okay, so here we have no data, and we have to work on the last two tabs. Okay, so it's also working fine. Let's select the entire one, close all the tab, and let's come to ERC21, and let's come back to ERC20, and let's copy the first section and simply paste. Let's come here, pass the props. So let's come to the table, and from here we can pass the props ERC21, and come back here, simply copy this entire returns and simply replace that, because both the token going to have the same property. And here we have to change this to 21. Okay, and the rest is going to be the same. Let's come down, and this looks great. Let's come here and let's check. So as you can see, it's also working. So here we can say ERC21, and let's come back, and here we can say ERC20. Okay, let's switch. Here you can see we can easily able to switch, and everything's working fine. Now we have to work on the last tab. Okay, close all that, come back to 1155, copy the first part, paste it. Now come back, copy the entire return statement, and simply paste. Let's come up, change this to 115, and here we have to change this to 1155, replace all, and let's come here, close. Everything's working fine, all the things are working fine, and you can see everything's working fine. So we can easily able to display, and here I have changed the message. We can switch to different tabs, and all tabs are working fine. There is no transaction token, so everything's working fine. Okay, so this part is also done. Let's close that one, closed, and let's give a final review, and click on that, and here we can able to see all the data. If we click on the block, and here we are redirected to the block page. Let's come back, go back to the home page. If we click on here, we can come back to the block page. So now we're going to start working on the block page. If we click here, we can go to the account page, and we'll have the data about the accounts. You can see everything's working fine. If we click here, we can still, we are going to the blog page, so there is something problem. If we are clicking on account, we are getting to the blog page. It's loading. Here we are clicking on to, we are getting on blog page. So we have to do the changes in the transaction. So let's come here. So here, instead of blog, we have to type account. No, still. If we click, still we are redirecting to the blog. Alright, so we have changed the name. Click one more time. So it's absolutely fine for the form, but for the two, okay. Oh, this would be block, and we have to change the to one. Okay, so here we have to change that to account to, and let's come down, let's scroll down, and now it's working. As you can see, we can switch, and here all the data is getting updated. You can see the data is got updated, the data is updating. So the functionality we have written is everything's working fine. We can switch to different account and fetch the data. All the tabs are working fine. We have the data. Okay, transactions, everything's working fine, but still we have a problem. So this is okay in the transaction section. Let's come to the block range, and here we have to change that. Okay, so we have to change the, so we have to do the changes in all the tabs. Okay, so to here we have type account, save it, close it. Let's come to the next one, minded, and this tab we don't have it. Let's come to ERC20, and let's change this to account. Let's come to ERC21, and let's change this to account. Let's come to the our token and change this to account. So make sure you change all the block to account, okay, where we want to redirect. So here we have done the changes, and now we can easily able to redirect to the account page. So if we come here, we have the block sections, and if we click here, working fine. We can click to this, we can click on this, and all the things are working fine. We have the data as well. If we click, we are redirecting to the block page, and here we have a tab info. Let's close all the tab, close the compound, go to the block sections, and now we'll start working on the block page. So let's import link, and we'll say use state. It's coming from, we have a use context, we have to use the router, next router, and we have to import the ether, and we have to do the internal import, and style from dot dot, it's coming from the, let's dot dot, and let's go to the compound, and here we have the style. Okay, so that's the style we're going to use. So if we click on the block, here we can, as you can see here, we can redirect to the block page. So that's the one we're going to create. Okay, so let's come here, let's take a create our provider, and we'll take a use context. Inside that, we're going to pass our data. Okay, EtherScan. So let's import that EtherScan, and this is coming from our icon, so filter, and this is coming from React icon FA. We'll import our AI filter, sorry, and this is also coming from React icons. Create a new CSS file, so this will call block, and that's what we're going to import here. So let's import that. Style transaction, and this is coming from dot dot style dot blocked. Okay, so this style sheet is going to be specially for this our blog page, and here we have to provide our provider, and we'll use a route, and we have to use this user router, and we have to take the query, and you guys know the drill, so I'm going a little faster. Again, we have to extract the block number, and we'll say number. So here I'm using the number because when I will extract the data from the URL, and that data will come in the form of string, so we have to convert that into a number so we can pass into our function to fetch the data. Okay, so that's why I'm using this number function. So I'm writing just pure JavaScript. Okay, query, and I have to take the block number. Let me give this command open. So use state, I will take open, and initially it's going to be the false. Okay, so this will allow us to switch between the tabs, and here we'll have a block data sections. So and and here we'll type a use state. This will call block data, and it's going to be an array. We'll take another one. This will call transaction. It's gonna be an array. We'll do format value, so we have to convert the ether. So for that we're going to take another use state, and this will call ether gas limit. So the price we're going to display, so it's going to be a string, and we have to display the ether difficulty. It's gonna be a string, and it's gonna be a ether gas used. It's gonna be a string. So these are the gas prices and all the inputs for the block. And let's create an active state. So for changing the state for open and close. Okay, so block number, so it's gonna be a true. So we'll create one more use state, and this will call transaction tab. Initially it's going to be a false. Okay, right now just we are setting up the state so we can just use this state in our application. Okay, now let's write a functions. Open tab. First we'll check if block number, set the block data to false, and we have to set the transaction true. Okay, else if transaction, set the block data, so block number, sorry, block number true, and that's the functions for open tab. Okay, let's take a get block details, and here we're going to get the block number. So it's going to be async function because we're going to make a call. Okay, so let me console log out something went wrong. Okay, and here we can simply get the block number. So await provider will use this get block functions, and inside this we're going to pass the block number. So block number, and we'll have the data. So let me get the data block dot push. So we have to push in that array. So this is the array where we have to push. Let's come down, and what we can do, we'll take this set block data, and we're going to push that inside that as well. Okay, we're going to set the data. Let me console log out the gas limit. Okay, so let's get the gas price. Okay, so gas limit ether.utils from, and we have to simply pass the get block dot gas limit. Okay, and this data is available in the block, and from there we are getting the price. Okay, so let me go through this quickly. So let's set the gas price to gas limit. Let's come down. Again we're going to take the gas used. We have to use the ether.utils from, and we're going to pass the block dot, and we have to follow this gas used, and we're going to set that in gas used. Pass the gas used. Simply come down. So these are the repetitive things, so that's why I'm going a little faster. So we'll take the difficulty ether dot and utils dot format ether. We have to pass the block number and difficulty. Here we have it. Okay, so this is the related to the price. Now we have to set the price. Inside that we're going to pass the difficulty. So let's set this and pass the difficulty, so we have the data available for that as well. And here we're going to do the transaction. Okay, set transactions get block, and inside that inside the transaction we have all the data. Okay, you guys already have seen. So we are setting that in a transaction. So let me console log out the data, and we can simply pass the get block dot transaction data, all the transactions. Let's come here, refresh the browser. Here we are, make an API call. Okay, let's do an inspect element and go to the console and click on the block, and here we are getting an error. So false is not defined. Okay, it's a spelling mistake. So let's come up here and let's correct this. FALSE false. Reload the page, and here we have that block, and but we don't have the data. Why it's so? So let's come here. Here we have the block details. Okay, we have to call this function. Okay, simply copy, come down here, and we have to call this function. So we're going to take a use effect, and inside that we're going to call that function. So whenever someone reload the page, we're going to call this function. So we have to pass an empty array. Let's come here and reload the browser, and here I'm getting undefined. Okay, let's come back to home page. Scroll here, go to the block, and here I'm getting undefined. Why it's so? Everything looks good. Let's console log out the block number. Are we getting the right block number? So let's reload the page. Yes, we are getting the block number. And I'm not cutting this out from this video because I want to show you that we do make these mistakes, and this is how we go and rectify our mistakes and find the error, find the bug in our code. Okay, so this is how we can do it. So simply select this and come here and paste here and paste the block number. So are we getting the block details? Let's, here we have the details of the block. So all the data we have extracted, that's we are displaying here. So as you can see, we have a gas limit, gas use, we have a difficulty. So that's the data we have fetched. Okay, so all the data is there inside the block. So it's look great. This is also working fine. Let's come here, simply cut this one, paste here, take a console log, and inside this we're going to pass the gas use and we're going to pass the gas limit, this two data. Let's reload the browser, and here we have the price. As you can see, we are getting the undefined for the transaction, but we are getting the price for the both gas use and gas limit. So what is the problem? So this is, as you can see, let's cut this out and let's come up here, simply remove this one, console log out the block, get block also, and let's see, the problem is in the transaction. So let's open this. Okay, let's copy this, come back. Oh, I'm missing S, it's S transactions, and now we will get the data. Okay, now we'll get the data. If we come here and paste it and simply pass this transaction here, we'll get the data. Now reload the page and just wait. Still, let's come back here, let's do one more, and here we have the data. As you can see, it's working fine. Now we are receiving the data. So there was a slight mistakes, a small bug of spelling. Okay, so let's simply select this and remove this. We have the data of all the transaction. Okay, this is our tab and this is our active state, and this is all the use state, all the imports. Now we can start working on our GSX. Okay, we'll take a div, it will have a class called style, style transactions and block, and we'll have a block number. We'll take another div, it will have a class called style transaction block table, and inside that we're going to take another div, it will have a style transaction dot block btn. Inside that we'll take the button, so it will have a on click function on the button, and inside this we're going to pass our open tab function. Okay, that's what we want to pass, this one. Let's click say block details, and this will call block transaction. So we'll have two buttons. Here we have the two buttons. Let's come down. We'll take a dynamic block and we'll say block number. If it has a block number, then otherwise this. Okay. Then we'll take a div and it will have a class. So we're not going to assign any class name, style transaction, and we'll have a data row. Inside that we'll take a p tag number, and here we'll display the block data dot number, small letter. Close this one. So this is the block number we have. Simply select this and you guys know the drill. Okay, come paste and change the data. So this time we'll display the timestamp, change this to timer stamp. Okay, close this one, paste here. It will call miner, and we have to provide the href, path name, we have to provide the account, and we have to redirect to the account page. Then we have to provide the block data dot miner account address. Okay, inside that we'll take a p tag and we'll have a class called style transactions, and we'll take the color, and inside that we're going to pass the block data dot miner address. Close this one, simply copy this and paste down here. Here we'll display the hash. Here we'll display the hash. This one is parent hash. If there is no parent, if there is a parent hash, then we have to display the hash, otherwise no data. We'll come down. This will call nuance. We'll take another one and this will call, let's say, extra data, and that's what we're going to pass here, extra data. We'll come down, we'll take another div, it will call difficulty, and here we'll pass the difficulty. So difficulty, otherwise dash difficulties, I think so, and we have to say no data. Okay, we'll come down, we'll take another, and this will call gas limit, and here we have to display the actual price. So simply remove this and we have this gas limit price. Okay, now we have to use this one, gas used, and this will call ether difficulty, and here we have to display the currency, simply display the currency, and this one is also going to be the same currency, and else we're not going to render anything. So we're going to render, we'll take a div and it will have a class style transaction data table, and we'll take another div, it will have a style transaction dot style dot column. Let's come here and go to the transactions, simply scroll down and simply copy this link part. Okay, column section, entire column, and that's we're going to render here because this column is, because the tab is going to have the same column. Okay, so we're going to have it, and here we have to do a couple of changes. So let me tell you what I have done. So in the transaction section, in the transaction tab, I've copied the column table from the transactions, and I'm using that column, the same column table in the block page. And now we're going to do the changes here. Okay, first thing we have to do is format this, and this will call all transaction in the block, and here we have to pass the transaction dot length. So we'll get the length of the entire transaction. Okay, here we have to change this to transaction. And what else we need to change? This one is going to be called transaction, because this time we have to redirect to the transaction page. Okay, and this will call, let's reload the page and let's see, we are getting this error, big number. So something happening in our conversion. Okay, let's come here. So the JSX part is working. We are doing some problem wrong, something wrong. Okay, so let me scroll down here. So this, let's change this to data block dot and hash. Okay, that's the data we want to display in the link, and this is going to be a normal. Let's assign a class called style transaction dot color, and in that we're going to pass that. Okay, so this looks fine. Remove this one. Okay, take a span, and here we're going to display the number. Okay, so key tag, I think we need to remove this key. We don't need that one. We're going to take that I plus 1. Okay, we'll take this span. This is the link, so simply remove the p, and now it's looking good. This is the link, and in that we are displaying the address. So let's reload the page. We are getting the same error, hex big number. So we are getting this error. Okay, so let's remove this one. I think I put this one, so remove this one and reload the page, and now you can see we have all this data. It's working fine, but there is some problem in the tab. We cannot switch back. Okay, let's reload. We have the data, but we cannot switch somehow. We have all the data, so let's come here. Let's see what's the matter with our code. Let's come up here, and I guess so here we have a set transaction, and here, okay, I made a mistake. Replace this to set transaction, and here we have a call transaction tab. So copy this one and simply paste here in transaction tabs. Let's come here, reload the page, and here we have the data. Let's click on this block transactions, and here we are getting few datas. Okay, the transaction is not displaying. So let's do one thing. So let's start working on the styling on the CSS part, and we'll come back to this later. Okay, so let's come here, let's close all this tab, let's go to this block CSS file, and let's start styling. Okay, let's make things side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. So I'll take a block, and width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto. It will have a margin block is going to be 2 RAM, block box header, sorry, display is going to be flex, a line item is going to be center, justify content space between, reload the page, and here we have. Okay, let's come down. We'll take the block header h3, color is going to be white, background color is going to be 1F136, our second primary color, padding is going to be 1 RAM, and border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Let's come down. We'll take the block header paragraph, and it will have a color, our secondary color, and we'll have a color is white, then we'll have a padding 1 RAM, and we'll have a border radius 0.5 RAM. Font width is going to be 700, and this is how it will look. Come down, we'll get the block button. Okay, it will have a color to second primary, display is going to be flex, and cap is going to be 1.5 RAM, justify content start, and we'll have a margin left is going to be minus 0.5 RAM, and border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid, and we'll have our primary color. Okay, we'll have a padding bottom is going to be 0.5 RAM. So let's reload the page, and as you can see, it's looking good. So okay, come down and simply target the button. It will have a background transparent, border 0, font size 1 RAM, color is going to be our white, and font width is going to be 800. Cursor pointer, so this is how it will look. Let's come down, let's assign a block table. So background is going to be second primary color, and margin block is going to be 2 RAM, color white, padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM, block radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Let's reload the page, and data raw is going to be display flag grid. We'll have a grid template column, so 1 FR and 5 FR. We'll have a align item is going to be center, font size is going to be 12 pixels, and overflow hidden. We'll take the color, and it will have our primary color, then cursor pointer. Let's add a media query. So, and max width is going to be around 35 RAM. So block is going to be, let's say, width 95%. Okay, and this would be RAM REM. Now we have to target the block header, paragraph, display is going to be none, and data raw, grid template 2 FR, and this will call 4 FR. So everything is working fine. As you can see, we have the data and everything's in well aligned. We have a extra data, it's really large, so we have all the data we are fetching. Okay, so this looks quite great. Let's come back to the home page, and what we can do, let's click on the account, and here block, sorry, and here we can see the block details, but we are not getting the data in the transaction block, so we have to work on that. Okay, let's click on the block number, and here we are on the block page. As you can see, here we have the data like block number, timestamps, minor, hash presence, nuance, extra data, so all the data we have here. Let's click on the block transactions, and here you can see we have problem in our block transaction. We are not receiving the data. Actually, the problem is we are not switching between the two, block details and block transaction. Okay, so let's come back to our code editor and let's try to fix that. So here I made a mistake in our open tab. So here you can see set block data. So here we have to replace these two, set block number. Okay, and this one, copy and paste here simply, and right now everything will be working fine. And here we have to do one more changes. So I have already done these changes and I want you to do it. So the font size is going to be the 10, because when I was reviewing the code I found that the default font size is looking really too big, so I made it to 10. So make sure you do these two changes. So things are looking good. Let's go back to home page and let's click one more time, and here we are. Just wait, and finally the data is arrived, and now we can click on the block transaction, and here we can have all the details of this transaction which is happening inside the block. Okay, you can go and on and on, and right now we have 334 transaction in this single block. And let's make this side by side so you guys can see. So here we have all the transactions. We can easily able to switch between two different tabs, and as you can see 3 to 37, and if you scroll down, here we have also 334 transactions. So length, we can easily able to display the length. Let me make it big, and let's come back to home page, and let's click on this, and let's bring in sidewise, and it's taking too much time. Okay, so, and this one is taking a little bit time because I'm already working on a project like NFT marketplace, so, and I have connected that with my local host, so that's why I have to just disconnect that. So I'll just cut it down for this moment. Okay, we're going to check this when we'll done the complete project. Okay, so this is the price, this is the supply, and here we can easily able to search. Here we have all the block details, and we can easily able to check everything. This is the transaction. You can simply click on this account miner, and here we are on the account page. Let's click it, and it's loading, and here we have the data. As you can see, everything is working fine. We have the balance, we have the converted balance, we are displaying the address, and here we can easily able to switch between different tabs. So here we are in transaction. Let's click on the transactions, and here we are on the transaction page, and that means our redirection is also working fine. Okay, this part is also working. Let's come back to our code editor. Let's close all these tabs, and let's close this one as well, and let's open the transactions. And now we're going to work on the transaction page. Okay, so we have already done with all the pages, and this is the final page we have left. Okay, so now let's start working on it. So let's quickly import a couple of things which we need for this project. So first one is going to be use state, now use effect, and we need a use context. Come down, we have to import the link, and which is coming from next link. Now we have to import the ether, and that's coming from ethers. So these are the three imports we have, and now let's come to the internal import. We're going to import our style sheet. So style transaction, okay, and this is coming from our /block.modules. Okay, so this is our style sheet. We're going to use the same style sheet, okay, because the design of the of the transaction page is going to be the similar as per the block one. Okay, so that's why I'm using the same style sheet here as well. Let's come down, let's import our EtherScan context API, okay, the data, and this is coming from .context/ether. Now let's come into this. Now we have to take our provider, and this provider is coming from context EtherScan. Okay, so we have our provider. Now we have to take the router and use router, and I forgot to import it, so let's import that. Use router, not reducer. I have to type router coming from next router. So we have our router, and from here we're going to extract the query. So we'll take an query, and this query is coming from router, and again I'm going to take the hash because we're going to pass the hash in the URL. Okay, and so that we're going to pass the query, and we're going to take the first element of the query, which is a hash. Now we'll take another variable, this will call transaction, and it's going to be array. Now we'll take another use state, and this will call transaction data, and it's going to be simply, let's say, call it transaction. Okay, copy this one. So let's call it this trans details. Here we have trans detail. Come down. So let's come back here. Let's go to the block page, and what we can do, so let's come here. Right now on we are transaction page. Okay, let's come here, let's copy this entire format to ether, because this value is going to be similar on the transaction page as well. So I simply copy the use state, okay, but we have to plug the value. Now let me change this to simply value, and okay, we'll look after that. So let's come down and let's take another variable called get. Come down, let's take another variable called get data for transaction, and it's gonna be async functions. Inside that we'll take a try catch block. Let me close this one. Inside that we're going to console something went from transaction page. Something is wrong from transaction page. Now we have to take the transaction details, and we have to use the await because we are using async function, and now we have to use the provider, and we have to use the get transaction function, and that we're going to pass the hash, and this get transaction function we are getting from EtherScan. Okay, so from there I'm using it and passing the hash, and this function will give me the entire detail of the transaction of this hash. Okay, so let me set this transaction data, and in that we're going to pass that transaction, not details, not data. Okay, so here we have the transaction. Let me console log this out and let me show you. So here we have the transaction details. Let's come down, let's call this function. So we'll take a use state, and in that we're going to pass the simply this function, and it's going to be an empty array. So here we are back on the browser, and let's click on the latest transaction. So here we are on the transaction, and as you can see on the URL, we are getting the hash of the transactions and we are passing to this. So let's see the data we have arrived. So here we have the object. As you can see, we have the object. Inside that we have the data about this transaction. So we have the access list, we have block hash, block number, chain ID, confirmations, create, data, form, gas limit, price. So all the data about this particular transaction we have, and now we can extract it and display in our transaction page. So here we have, you can see the list of the data, all the addresses, everything you can able to find in this object. So let's come back here so we can easily able to get the data. Let me remove this one and let's start coding again. Take the transaction detail and we have to push this data, okay, inside that transaction detail. So here we have the data. So it's gonna be details. Let's come down, put ether, and we'll take a const, it will call gas limit price, and we have to use the ether package utils format units, and in that we're going to pass the transaction trans dot gas limit. So in the transaction object we have this value gas limit, and that's what I am accessing. Okay, we have to use this set gas limit, and in that we have to set the value. Okay, that's it, simple, you know the drill. Now we have to take the gas price, and let's call it con, and we'll use the same ether.utils.form units, and in that we have to pass the trans, simply come here, simply type this transaction details dot gas price. Okay, we have the data in that. Now we have to set the set gas price, and this is the one. So let me change this to gas price, and this will call set gas price. Okay, and that's, we have to pass it inside this, copy and paste. So here we have the gas price. Now let's call it ether value. We have to use ether package utils format units, and in that we have to pass the transaction details dot value, and again we have to push this using set value functions, and that we're going to pass that ether value. So here the value is available. Let's copy this and paste here. So we have the price, so all the parts we have done. Now let's start working on the JSX part of this page. So let's take a div. In that div we're going to take a class, and it will call a style transaction, and we'll call a block, and that will take another div. It will have a call style transaction dot box. Inside that will take another div. It will have style transaction dot box dash dash header, and that will take h3, and this will call transaction hash. We'll come down, we'll take a p tag, and in that we have to display the transaction hash. Okay, now let's come out of the div. We'll take another div. It will have a style transaction, and we'll take a block table, and that we're going to take another div, and this div have contain another div, and we'll take another style transaction dot data raw, and that will take a p, and here we call it number. Okay, just remove this one. Okay, so remove this and simply type number. Okay, now we have to take a link because we want to redirect to the blog page. Okay, so we have to take this object, as we'll call path name, and in this we're going to pass the blog page, and we have to pass the query. So here we're going to pass the block number, so which is we have inside this. Okay, inside the transaction details we have, so data dot block number, and here in this we're going to pass the transaction dot block number. Let's take a p tag, and inside that we're going to take that. Okay, so let's have a class called style transaction and dot color, because it's going to redirect into a different page, and all those redirections like elements we are assigning a particular color. Okay, our brand color, and we'll take another div, and we'll have a class style transaction dot data raw, and inside that we'll take a p. It will call from, and simply copy this and paste here. we want to redirect to the account page, so change this to account, and here we have to change it to from. Okay. So this is the from part. Simply close all these sections. Okay, let's close this one and close this one, and here we are. So simply what we can do now, simply copy this and come down, and we have to change the text to 2. This will 2, and the data is going to be 2 also. Close this one, come up here, copy this part and come down and change this to hash. This will, we don't need that because we don't need to redirect to anywhere, and we don't need this style color as well. And let's remove this one, and here we're going to pass the hash. If we have the hash, then we have to display the hash. If we don't have the hash, then we have to say no hash. That's simple. Okay, let's come down and let's change this to say nuance, and same thing we have to do is simply select this, replace this together, NONCE. Okay, copy, close this one, come down, paste. This will call trace transaction index, and here we have to say transaction index, and here we have to change that as well. Okay, so let's change the text to transaction index. Okay, transaction, no transaction index. Close this one, copy this entire thing, come down and paste, and here we have to change the text to R because we have a R object, and we have to say R, so no R, not X, R. Close this one, copy, come down, paste it, and this time we want to say S, and this will S, and this one is also S, and this one is also S. Close this tab, come down, simply replace to gas limit, and in that we're going to display the gas price, okay, which we already have. So I'll say gas limit, simply copy this, paste one more time, and this one is going to be gas price, and here we have to provide the gas price. Copy down and paste. So this will call type, and here we have the transaction type. Copy this, come down, it will call V, and here we have to pass V. Copy, come down, and this will call value. We already have the value, so we're going to use the value we have stored. So copy this one, and let's copy that. So this will call ether gas limit. Okay, this will call value, and here we have to say value, only value with a capital. This working. Okay, we are done with the value. Now let's come down, and this will call chain ID. So we have the data inside the transaction data dot chain ID with capital ID. Come down, we'll remove this part and we'll call confirmation. Okay, we have to remove this to confirmation. Copy, simply come down, this will call created, and this will also call create. Sorry. So here we have the data, everything is working fine. We have written the complete JSX of this transaction page. Let's come back to our browser. You can see here we have the hash number. This is the detail of the block. So we have the block number, we have from to hash nuance, we have all the data, but the data we can't see is gas limit, gas price. Okay, all the data we have. So this is working, is also fine, RS, but there is a problem with the gas limit, gas price, and created and value. Okay, so we have some problem with this value. Let's come back to our code and let's try to analyze what's happening exactly. So we have a gas price, let's scroll down, here we have the gas price. Okay, that's fine. We have ether gas limit, and that's what we have here as well, ether gas limit. Okay, and that's what we have provided, no problem in that, and that's also fine. Now we have the value. Okay, we have the value in capital. So things are looking good. Let's come here and let's try to console log out the data. Okay, transaction data, not details. Okay, let's try to console log that out. So here we are back on the home page. Let's come here. Everything's working fine. Click on the transactions, coming data. Okay, we have all the data, but we don't have those three data. Okay, we don't have this data, so there must be something wrong. So let's come here to the created and let's take a ternary operator. So if we have the creators, then we have to display the data. If we don't have this, then we have to say no date. Okay, that's for createds. And do one thing, let's come here and let's try to console log out all the prices. So let's console log this one, copy this and simply paste this, and let's delete this part. Let's focus here. Okay, I made a mistake. Okay, simply copy all this, select all these two and simply paste inside this. Okay, so everything's working fine. We have all these three data. Let me double check it. Okay, now it's working. We got an error. Okay, sorry, my bad. I have to assign a question mark. And now let's come to the browser and let's try to reload the page. Here we are on the home page, because from where we have to make the call. So everything's working fine. Click on this transactions. We are getting the transaction hash, we are getting all the details, but still here you can see our created ad is displaying the data because it doesn't have a data, so that was saying that no data. But still there is a problem with our value, gas limit and these things. So let's inspect element and let's see the console, and here we don't have any data, so there must be a problem. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's remove all this code. Okay, let's remove all this code and let's try to write it from scratch. So let's do this and let's create a use state. Okay, we're going to create a new use state. Gas limit. Okay, there must be, I'm doing some spelling mistake, that's why it's happening. And this will call gas price. It's gonna be a string. Remove this part and we're going to create another one called value. And this is what I have learned, that you should never copy stuff from different page and use it as it is, because you have no idea that what mindset you had when you set those value. Okay, so maybe I did something wrong. So let's try to create from fresh. Let's remove this one as well. Here we have the price, gas limit, and press this all one. Let's come here, then this is value, and we can replace this, and this is value. So we have assigned the right spelling. Now we have to make the API calls for getting the data. So let's call it get price. So we'll take another variable and it will call limit gas. So I'm going reverse name. Okay, so it's a gas limit, so I call it limit gas. Format utils, and we have the data inside the transaction detail dot gas limit. Okay, now we have to console log out. Let's see that whether it's working or not, and let's pass that gas limit. Let's come here, let's reload the browser and just wait. So let's come here, click on the transactions. Here we are. As you can see, it's working fine. Right now we are working. So maybe we did some sort of mistake in the previous time when we doing the API calls, but this time it's working fine. You can see the value of the gas limit. Okay, and here we have in the number, so that's also working fine. So let's set that value and reload the browser, and let's come here and let's check. Let's click one more time, and here you go. Here you can see that the value is printing, so we are getting the value. Okay, so it's working fine. Now let's come back to the code and let's do this quickly. Let's simply copy this and paste. Let's call this one price gas, and this will call, say, gas price. Copy this and we have to set that. Simply paste this one, copy here, paste, and we have to simply copy this and paste one more time. So this will call simply value gas. Okay, and this will call simply value, and we have to copy this set value and paste, and simply paste this one, and now the data is available, so everything's working fine. So let's come back to the browser, reload the page, come to the home page, and so here we are on the home page. Everything's working fine. Let's click on the transaction. Here we are on the transaction page. As you can see, we have the transaction hash on the right hand side, and here we have the data about the transaction. So number, from, to, hash, nuance, and all the pricing is displaying, gas limit, gas price, and value. So all the data is displaying on the browser. As you can see, everything's working fine. So this looks pretty good. If we come to the block section, click on the block, and here we are redirect to the block page, and here we can able to see the data of the block. Okay, if we come to the transaction, and here we have the list of the transaction which is happening inside the block. So it's all, this entire application is connected with one another. We can easily able to travel it from one page to another and explore the data. So everything's working fine. Let's come back to the home page. Here we can see we have the list of all the blocks, and we can able to see the details. The transaction is also working fine. We can scroll, click on the block. Here we are on the block page, click on the block transaction details. Everything is looking fine. Click on this transaction, and here is the problem. We can redirecting. So when we are clicking on the transaction number, we are redirecting to the account page. So we have made a mistakes. So this is the thing we have to fix. Okay, so we are almost done with the entire application. We are just fixing the small bugs which we have in the applications. Okay, and giving the final touch. So let's come back to our code editor. Let's go to the index, because from where we are redirecting. Okay, so here we are in the index page, and let's scroll. So when we are clicking on the transaction length, then we are redirecting to the account page. So here you can see we have given the account page, but we have to redirect to the block page, and there we can able to see the transaction details. Okay, transaction list. So right now, come here, Lily did come back to home, and let's come here, let's click on this transaction number, and here we are on the block page. And just wait, this will take a little bit time to arrive the data. And here we have the data. Click on the block transaction, and here you can able to find all the transaction. So altogether we have 236 transaction, and that's all transaction we are displaying here in the block page. We can switch to different pages, and everything's working fine. So let's come back to the home page. This is also working fine. Let's click on the miner. Here we are on the account page. It's loading, and here we are on the account page, and we can able to see everything's working fine. We are displaying everything. So here we have the tab. We can easily able to scroll and see. So there is one more problem I can see. We are not able to display the number of transaction which is happening inside this account. As you can see, latest 10 from total of 10. So this is the one we have to fix. See the block, all the data is working fine. Let's click here, and here we can easily able to see all the data from the block page. Okay, we can easily able to see that. Here you can see this is the one we have to fix. So we are not redirecting anywhere from the timestamps, but why it has this color, our primary color, we have to change this one as well. So let's come to the internal. It doesn't have that, but in our minded block it doesn't have, but in our transaction we have this one. In internal, in transaction history we also have this color. So let's fix that as well. So let's come here, go to the component, go to the transaction, and let's come up here. So we are into the transaction page, transaction component, and let's remove that color. So we have to remove this link style, and let's save it. Now we have fixed this problem. Let's come here, and we have to fix from the internal as well, internal component. So let's come here and let's check. So this is not this one. Yeah, this one. So we have to remove this style, so it doesn't have it. Okay, it's a block range, so remove this one. So right now you can see we don't have the color in the timestamp. Go to the transaction history, it's working fine. Internal, it's working fine. Internal inner transaction is also working fine. We don't have that color. Okay, everything is working fine. And if I click, you can see we are changing the hash. If we click, and you can see the hash changed, the balance changed. This will take a little bit time. As you can see, it has nothing in this account. Let's click one more time, and You can see the balance is changing, the account is changing, and the complete detail of this tablet of this what I call of these tabs is also changing. Okay, let's come back to the transaction minded block. It doesn't have any transaction, sorry data. So everything's working fine. As you can see, this is the problem we have to face. We don't have the number of transaction here. So let's see why it's not displaying. So let's come back to our code. Let's go to the table, and there we have to display. So we are into the table, and let's close all the tab. Let's close this one. So we are into the table one. So here we have the lead total transaction, but it's not displaying. Let's come up here. So we are importing the data. Okay, total transaction. So there's no problem here. I can see. Let's console log out the transaction, total transactions, and let's come to the browser, console log out, and actually we don't have the data. The data is empty. We don't have the data. So let's come here, open this one, and close this part. So here we are back on our account page, and actually all the API calls we are doing on our account page. Okay, so here we have to check whether we are making that call or not. So let's come here and let's do one thing. What I have found that we actually not calling this. Okay, we are not actually getting the data because we haven't written the code for that. So let's get the transaction, total transaction. So let me give this command, get total transaction, and let's take a value called total transaction, and it's going to be a weight provider, and here we have to use get transaction and count, and in that we have to pass the simply the account. Okay, so here we have the data. Now what we can do, let's come up here. Here we have the set transactions, and that we're going to use it, and we have to simply say total transactions, and now it might work. Okay, right now you can see everything would be working fine. So let's delete, come back to home page and reload the browser. Here we are. So here we are. Let's click on account, reload the browser, and boom, here you can see we have the data. We got the number of transaction this account has done. So we got all the transaction history details. So it's working fine. We can easily able to switch between different tabs, and everything's working fine. Here we are getting this error. Let's see, let's reload the page. Okay, sometimes, so what I have found that sometime you might get this error because the data takes a little bit time, and what happened that the pages get rendered. So sometime you will get the error. Okay, so whenever you get that kind of error, come back to the home page and go reload the browser. It will fix that problem. Okay, here you can see we are on the MetaMask. We have our MetaMask. So let me close this one. Close this one, buddy. So let's try another network, and let me log into my account, unlock, and boom, here we are getting the data from our account. So you can see here is the pop-up. Here is the pop-up. We have the account, we have the balance, we have the number of transaction an account has done in the entire lifetimes. All the data you can easily able to display, and you can display tons of data like the contracts, all the things, but here I'm displaying only 3 data: account, balance, and total count. Okay, now let's go a complete overview. You can simply close and off. Here we have the pricing, total supply. So here is everything. Let's scroll down. They are displaying more than 10 data here. You can see block, transactions, everything's here. We have the list of all the transaction. You can go and on and on. You can see, you can scroll all the way down to see all the data. Okay, so let's see how many transaction we have. So we have around 382 transaction, and that's all transaction is displaying here. Okay, this one, let's click on the block, and here you can able to find the details about the block. So this page will take a little bit time because we are directly fetching the data from the blockchain, so this will take a little bit time, and I'm will keeping this application in this way. And if you want, you can take it to next level, like you can add a loader, you can add an event that if the data is not loaded, then you can show us some sort of loader there. Okay, which I'm not going to do. I just tell you that this is the thing which you can add very easily. And here we have the block, timestamp, miner, hash, present hash, nuance, all the data, difficulties, gas limit, everything is displaying here. You can able to see. Okay, and you can easily able to switch to the block transaction, and you can able to find all the transaction which happen inside that particular block. You can scroll down, and here we have 382 transaction in a single block, and you can simply scroll this one. Or if you want to do some crazy design, you can do that. Instead of displaying halfway, you can divide into multiple components. Okay, so you can divide this entire into 3 component and display data there, but I will go in this normal way. So we can simply switch to different tabs and we can see the data. Everything's working fine. Let's come back to home page and let's click on the number of transactions, and you can see we are back to that, and we can see that this one is also working fine. Let's click on the miner. Here we are on the account page. We can easily able to see. Let's click on click me. This will reload the data, and here we are on the account page. So again, this will take a little bit time to fetch the data, and sometime you might get an error because the data loaded very slowly and your page is already getting rendered. So that sometimes happens. Okay, so when you get that error, you might consider reload your page, or you can do one thing. You can add one more logic in your data loading, which I'm not going to do, otherwise this video is already getting very long. It's already long, which I want you to add that event, so prevent that error. Okay, so I want you to fix that small bug we have in this application. So this is the account, this is the hello message, this is the balance, converted balance, and here we have the list of the history transaction details. Simply scroll and you can able to find all the transaction we are finding. You can able to see the transactions, miner, ERC20 token. So I have done a couple of changes in the application, then I'm making this video. So I have changed the messages. Okay, and this is, and sometime you will get an error. Okay, when you will switch to ERC21 or ERC20 or ERC1150, in this token what is happening back is, in this token what is happening, some account doesn't have data at all. Okay, so in such cases we are getting some error. Okay, sometime you will get, I'm not telling you that you will get the error all the time, sometime you will get that error. So again, I'm telling you that you have to add a logic. Think about that, how you can prevent that to happening. Okay, you have to write only 4 pieces of code, you have to write to prevent that. Okay, but right now this account doesn't have any issue with that tokens, and you can easily able to switch different tabs, all the data. Let's click on the block number and it's redirecting to our block page. Let's reload one more time, and here we have the data. Boom, we have the balance. Here we have the balance. Let's click one more time, and here account change, balance change, and all the data is changed. You can see right now we have something 4,000 transaction history, but right now it has only 5, and you can easily able to switch to different accounts. There, as you can see, the data is changed. So again, this will take a little bit time to data arrive, and you can easily able to see everything's working fine and looking absolutely great. And we can easily able to switch to different tabs. Okay, you can switch to different tabs. This one is also fine, this one is also fine. Let's come back to our home page, and now let's go to the single transaction. So again, this one is also fine, fully functionable. We have the transaction hash, all the details about the transaction, block number. We can switch to different tabs, and here we have the history of the transaction, all the data you can able to find. You can click on this from, and you can redirect to the account page, and now you can able to see the balance of that account as well. You can see balance, converted balance, all the history transaction, and switch to different pages to see the data of it. So everything is 100% functionable, and it's working absolutely beautiful. So let's come here, let's come back, let me make it responsive, and you can see this is how it will look on a mobile device. It's looking stunning, and we can open and close. We can see the transaction history, and this is our footer which is doing nothing, and that's also working fine. Let's come back to EtherScan, click here, and let's go and copy an address. Simply click here, copy the address, come here, and here you can simply paste to check whether our search is also working or not. So simply paste the address, click on the fly, and here we are on the account page, it's loading, and here we have the data about the account. So the balance, converted balance, account history, everything is displaying here. You can see easily. Okay, you can scroll and you can see. So this function is also working. And that's come back here. Let's do one thing. Let's take another account to see. So let's go with this one. Okay, copy this one and check once more time. Come here, paste, and click one more time. So again it's loading, and here we have the data. As you can see, it's everything's working fine. So whatever address you will put, the data will come dynamically about that account. So this is how it will look. Here we have the tab. You can simply scroll down, and here we have the different tabs. You can simply click and move to different pages. Just look on the blog, and here you can see we have the data about that. You can fix this one, and here we have the list of the transactions. We have the number of transactions, and here we have the number of transactions. Expand it, come back to the home page. So this looks absolutely phenomenal. So I hope you have enjoyed this complete project. If you have any doubt, any questions, leave down in the comment section. And again, I'm telling you, the source code of this application is provided to you on my websites. Okay, so let me show you how you can get the source code of these applications. Simply type DAULAT Hussain. You will land up here. Click on the very first link. This is my website. Click here. Here you are on my website, and you can check everything from your end, that what I do, what kind of tutorials I make. So that's all is there on my website, so you can check everything. So to get the code, all you have to do is to click on the blog sections. You will come to the blog page, and here you can able to find all my latest project which I have worked on. You can able to download the source code, look from your end, like MongoDB servers, like full stack, e-commerce, like templates. So all the things is provided to you. So simply click on this. So this is the complete project code I have provided. So click on this article. So you will line up to this articles, and here you can able to find everything about the project which we have built. So this is a beautiful design I have created. I have given a basic descriptions that what it is about, and from here you can easily able to check the demo. Okay, so I have hosted this application on a live server on Netlify, so you can easily able to see the demo. So all you have to do is simply click here. It will open in the new tab, and as you can see, the data is arriving. Here we have the data, and sometime what happened that this data will take a little bit time, because there is a lot of things happening. We are changing a lot of state variables here, so this will take a little bit time. If in your case it takes too much time, all you have to do is to click anywhere in any link and come back. You will have the data. As you can see, we have few, but right now we have the data. So this will take a little bit time to arrive. Okay, and from here you can easily able to check everything. So you can check this, click here, and you can easily able to open MetaMask and do the normal stuffs. Okay, so this website is already live on this, which you can check. So I'm not going to connect, and here I have provided the images which we have used in this application. So from here you can easily able to download the images, and here I have given the step that what are you going to learn in this entire applications. And here I'm going to add the video. So right now today I'm going to publish the video, and that video is going to be live here. So you can come here, watch here, and you can find everything, so all the instructions. So here I have written this article. Here is the title. So I need to remove this one, I forgot it. And here you can able to find the details. So first thing what you have to do is to install the dependency. So package.json file is already provided to you. These are the dependency we're going to use in this project. Now I have divided this entire section in the folder. So this is going to be the page, so page folder, and here you're going to find all the pages. So here we have the app.js source code. So the source code we're going to use inside the app.js file. So that's here. This is for the account page. So all the code for the account page is going to find right up here. As you can see, it's a long code. So all you have to do is to simply copy and paste. And here we have the blog page. So we have the blog page code. Let me scroll down. Here we have the transaction page code. Simply scroll down, and here we have the context folder. So we have a specific folder for API calls. So here you will find the file of that, so app.js file. So here is the list of the API calls, and by the way, here I have made my public key for Infura live. Okay, so don't use this one otherwise, because I'm going to delete this and delete I would recommend you not to use this one. Okay, because I'm already using one application on this API. If you use it otherwise, so my API, the live website I have hosted, it might not work because API calls has a limit. Okay, number of calls I make in a day has a limit, so don't make too many calls and don't use this API. Let's scroll down, and here we have a component folder, you can see. So all the component we have built, like block range, so we have the code for the block range, and we have the code for the ERC20 token. So here we have the code, all the codes, and here we have the ERC21 page, sorry, component. Here we have a ERC51. You can scroll all the way down, and here we have the footer. Here we have a internal JSX and minded block. This one is a NavBar. So these are the code. This is for the tablet. Okay, a lot of biggest if said statement we have written, and here we have the table. So we have the table as well. Okay, and this is the CSS file. So all the CSS file is provided to you for every single page, account page, and all the pages, blog page. So everything is provided to you. Come here. I would recommend you not to copy code from here. Watch the tutorials step by step, because where I try to explain everything in a more simplest term. Okay, because copy pasting is the easiest stuff. You can easily copy and build a project, but you have to understand that why we are making those calls, why we are taking that approach for passing data from one component to others. So that call is very important, that mindset is very important when it's come to programming. And when you work on a project like this and build step by step, where I'm explaining everything, that will make more sense and you will learn more. Otherwise, simply copying pasting code and building project is not a big deal. You will find tons of tutorials, copy the project and build upon that. You can do that very easily. So it's provided to you, so make sure you make use out of it. If you stuck, I only recommend you, if you stuck, then you can use. Otherwise, watch the video and continue. So that's it in this project. Hope you have loved it, and let me show you my upcoming project which I'm working on and which I'm planning to upload very soon. So let me show you the projects. So this one is going to be my upcoming project, NFT marketplace, where you're going to learn about like designing this beautiful UI, and we also build the smart contracts for creating NFT. We're going to upload those NFT to IPFS. We're going to integrate the payment systems, so the user can list NFT and make money out of it. They can sell it, buy it, list it, and do a whole lot of things like OpenSea, where you find all the functionalities, all the things that all you're going to find it here, okay, in this application. So let me show you a quick overview that what we have done so far. The backend is already ready. For the data storage, we are using Node.js, okay, and MongoDBs for the data storage of the authentication, that part. But the real NFT we're going to upload to IPFS network, okay. So those things are already done. We are working on the UI. So let me show you the UI part. So here, from there you can search it. We're going to add animations. From here you can able to find all these things. So we have so many pages. We have a collection page, we have a search page, we have a author, we have account setting, upload page, connected page. So I have only work on the home page, okay. And we also going to build this help center page, so about, contacts, login, sign in, subscription, blogs. Here we have the night and, like, you can turn it to a night mode or light mode. Here we have the notifications. So all the notification, all these data will update dynamically, okay. So this is the model, and these data will update dynamically. And from here you guys can create NFT, and from here you can easily able to find the details. You can see your name, your image, your account address, and your profile, and you can easily able to do the editing, okay. So this is for the navigation, and let me show you the responsiveness. So this is how it's going to look on a mobile device. So I would prefer to go with this icon. What you guys recommend? So I go with the normal one, or should I keep in this way? So if you click here, you will have a beautiful this slide navigations, and from here you can easily able to see all the pages. I can see you can simply open, close it, open, close it, and you can navigate to different pages. From here you can easily able to create the buttons. So everything's working fine, and we have to face a small bug. So here this is how it will look on a mobile device. We have different tabs. They can scroll and switch to a different tabs. We're going to, and we have a filter system. As you can see, it's working fine. Let me show you on a big device. So this is the NFT feature section. Here we're going to display the NFT on base of category, so all art, music, sports, photography. And here we're going to add the filter. So here going to be the default one, so the price between 0 to 1 ether, And here is the verified creator of the NFT. So all the creators are verified on our platforms. Their NFT going to their NFT we going to display as a default. We have a beautiful UI, as you can see. We are getting nice over effect. From here we can like and unlike. This is the price and bidding. So we have a nice data here. And this is the footer section. This is the footer section. This is how it will look. And let me show you. You can click turn off and turn on this. Okay, and we have a filter option as well. So if you click here, you will have this option, and you can click and you can make filter out of it. Okay, you can simply click and close. You can add the filter. So this is the part we have work, and it's 100% responsive. Okay, let me show you. We're going to do a little bit changes here. I'm going to make it close to each other, and let me close this one. And it's 100% responsive for any devices. As you can see, beautiful footer. This looks amazing. And let me show you the folder structure which I have created for this. Okay, so what you will learn if you follow this entire course, you will learn about that how you can work, use Next.js and use React, and how you can plan folder structure in React. So when it's come to scalability, when you're working on a project, you have to think in a way that you have to scale that project. You have to take that project to the next level. Okay, you are starting with a small concept, but eventually when you work, when the project will come into the market and people will start using it, you have to add a lot of new features. So this is the approach which I have kept in my mind, and here I have divided all the component, all the things, the entire website into a different component. So here we have the component for the buttons. Okay, so the only buttons we are handling, so we have a different style of buttons. So we have, for that's all we are controlling into this button component. We have a feature section, we have a filter. So in this entire project we have a lot of different style of filters. So all those filters state we are keeping here. As you can see, we have a main state here of the filter, and we are manipulating the entire state of the filter by just doing a little bit modifications. And that I will teach you in this complete project, that how you can use reusable component. All you have to do is to build one component and use it in multiple places with different style. Okay, with less code. So that's my whole strategy of creating all these different files and folders. So we have a cart, navigation, input, hero section. So all these things we have a thing. So we have a notification. So we have a different types of notifications. So you will learn tons of things, and this video will come very soon, because this was taking a very time, because we have to build all the pages. We have almost 16 pages in this project. We have done with the backend part, we are done with the smart contract, but we are working on this part. So I hope you will like this project as well. And that's it. I want to show you about this. And I'm also working in one more project, like online voting system. Okay, where we're going to build the actual smart contract and conduct online voting. So it's going to be an online voting platform where you will create a like voters, and where you will create candidates, and those voters will vote them, both those candidates. Okay, so the entire solidity part is done, and the backend part is also done. I have to work on the front end. So this is the approach I generally use. First I build the technology, first I build the core feature of the applications, and then I move to the actual UI part. Okay, so that video will very come soon, like within a week I would be uploading that video, because today I have almost done with that and I have to start recording it. Okay, so as soon as I finish the recording, definitely that video would be live very soon. So hope you have liked it, and do hit like and subscribe if you're new to my channel. And if you want to know anything else, and if you have any idea about any project, do leave me in the comment section, so I'll try to build a project like that, and you guys will get the benefit of it, and I will also learn. So see you next time. Have a wonderful day.